landscapes between the mountain and the sea, Brazil. Decision number 36-8B.42. And now I give the floor to my Indian colleagues who are speaking now between themselves. Dear Indian colleagues, can you take the floor? If not, I will give floor to Serbia. Serbia, floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have no doubt that this site, this landscape should be inscribed, and I'm very happy to support the Colombian proposal. If I had a question, it would really be why it's taken so long. But that's a question for another day and not one to be answered today. But there are issues here which need introspection later. And Madam Chair, at some point in the record of discussions, if you could request the Secretariat, there is conceptual confusion on the whole business of urban landscapes and urban heritage. And that's what's clouding a lot of the issues today. But that's, again, for the record. And formally, we'd like to associate ourselves with Colombia. We don't think there are issues that need to be taken on. And we believe that this inscription will enrich the list of World Heritage. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Serbia, floor is yours.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Tout d'abord, permettez-moi de remercier Ali Comos pour un rapport complet qui nous a quand même confirmé que les conditions sont remplies. Ma délégation, y compris les experts, connaît aussi bien le dossier. Nous félicitons l'État parti pour nomination de cette site, plutôt de cette cité extraordinaire, merveille. Nous félicitons aussi l'État parti pour le travail effectué jusqu'à maintenant. Pour ne pas prolonger, pour ne pas être trop émotionnel quand il s'agit d'un site, permettez-moi de dire que nous sommes pleinement en faveur d'inscription, que nous soutenons la proposition de la Colombie qui a été déjà suffisamment soutenue par pas mal de délégations. Merci bien.
Thank you very much. Cambodia, floor is yours.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Le Cambodge, je voudrais féliciter l'ICOMOS pour son rapport et féliciter l'État parti pour l'inscription. Nous soutenons l'amendement de la Colombie. Toutefois, nous attendons les précisions de l'État parti sur la gestion de la zone tampon. Merci beaucoup.
Dear colleagues, tell me please, the countries who raise their nameplates, they support the proposal of Colombia, or may I ask otherwise? Are anybody who oppose the Colombian, proposal? I see nobody. Maybe we will not discuss more, and I will give the floor for clarification to member state, to Brasilia. Brasilia, where? Are you agree? So, Brazil, floor is yours.
Okay.
I would remind you to answer the question and clarify what it was asked.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll try to be as brief and concise as possible. But at the outset, allow me to express our gratitude to the members of the committee that have intervened and made their comments, their valuable comments and positive comments on this nomination. May I also thank ICOMOS for the report and the recommendations contained therein that provide relevant guidance for this property, especially with regard to the management, the conservation, the monitoring of this site. The questions were asked on matters of management, buffer zone, water pollution, monitoring and conservation, if I'm not mistaken. So I'll try to be as brief as possible, Madam Chair, but I should say that great progress has been made since the committee, the management committee was established by decree in December last year, and ever since then this committee has met twice every month. And much of the concerns raised in ICOMOS report have already been effectively addressed. This committee is chaired by IFAN, the Federal Heritage Authority, and draws together the key stakeholders involved in the management of this property. And it enjoys federal, state, and municipal support. This committee, Madam Chair, will deliver a management plan till October next year. We now have a draft management plan that was presented 2 weeks ago. We have assigned funds for this committee that has hired independent experts to draw the management plan for this property. Once this management plan is approved, an executive committee will be established to deliver the plan. So on the question on the buffer zone, Madam Chair, the City of Rio de Janeiro has a directive plan, a master plan that, which is the main instrument for the management of sustainable development of the city as a whole. This instrument regulates the protection of the different areas. In terms also of heights and volumes and uses of the different areas of the city and of its buffer zone. This, because of this nomination, there has been a lot of debate on the management of these different areas that compose a very large buffer zone for this property, and most of these regulations are based on the ICOMOS Charter on the spirit of place. And may also say, Madam Chair, that Brazil was pioneer in establishing buffer zones for protected monument sites and ensembles back in the 1970s. So we do think that the current buffer zone is well management, has good legal protection on the level of the municipality of Rio de Janeiro, and but in any case, all these elements of the buffer zone will be integrated into the management plan that I have just spoken about. Thirdly, on the monitoring indicators, I think there's a question from Mexico that, well, the monitoring of this property, Madam Chair, will be done in two different ways. First, by a geo-referentiated online system that is already underway, and it's coordinated by the Operations Center of the Municipality of Rio de Janeiro. This Operations Center monitors traffic and environmental risks and so on and so forth. Another way of monitoring this property will be with the establishment of indicators such as environmental, institutional, educational, heritage, financing, publications, tourism. So there are different indicators, and all this will be periodically monitored by the management committee that I've just spoken about, created for this purpose. On water pollution, that was a question I think from Senegal. The Guanabara Bay is a combination program that was created in the 1990s. It's a huge program that has different sorts of plans for the decontamination of the waters of the Guanabara Bay. This program has different steering committees set for the different areas of the property, the Rodrigo de Freitas Lagoon, there's a steering committee for the ocean rim of Copacabana, there is also for the mouth of Guanabara Bay. So this program which counts also with the support of IFAN, of the Federal Authority, will deliver this plan. So it's a huge challenge, I should say, and that we face, and I think that this contamination plan program will be delivering this issues of water pollution. Finally, I think on the conservation, to conclude, this was a concern that was on our heads from the beginning of the drafting of this nomination. We identified different sectorial conservation plans for different parts of the property, for especially on the municipality of Rio de Janeiro, for the Flamengo Park, for the Copacabana Beach. As you know, the promenade of Copacabana Beach is made of Portuguese stone. So there were different already existing conservation programs. So all these programs are being now integrated into what we're calling the conservation program for the property, that will be part of the conservation plan, of the management plan. So this conservation program provides what would say with the overall conservation approach for the property on the large canvas, but also takes into account the very details of...
Dear colleague, I'm afraid that I have to interrupt you. I would like to remind that our rules of procedure said that for state party for answering 2 minutes. So not so big. I try not to interrupt anybody, as you see, because it's very important to hear from the state party. But you know, we have very limited time, and
I think I've answered all the questions.
Thank you
Madam Chair.
very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I would ask the state parties, the members of the committee. It seems to me that the majority reflected on the decision and proposed to inscribe this site. Is it necessary to open once more the discussion? Maybe we straight go to the draft decision. I see no objection, so reporter, please, floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, indeed, we have received amendments from the delegation of Colombia asking for a description of this site. As we did with previous cases like this, a provisional statement of OUB has been incorporated in the draft decision. So you have basically, Madam Chairperson, the text in front of you. It has been distributed in the morning as well for consideration of the members of the committee.
Thank you very much. So as usual, I propose to go point by point of this draft decision. Paragraph 1 it stays like it was in original proposal. So I see no objection, adopted. Now, Colombia proposes, inscribes Rio de Janeiro, Carioca landscapes between the mountain and the sea, Brazil, on the World Heritage List on the basis of criteria 5 and 6. Are any objections? Colombia, yes, please.
Gracias, señora presidenta. Agradecemos mucho la síntesis que escribió ICOMOS. Tenemos unos pequeños comentarios, unos de ortografía innecesarios, pues necesarios pero pequeños, pero otros comentarios de sustancia que quisiéramos ver si podemos incluir ahora o si simplemente los entregamos al centro para que se incluyan después en la descripción.
Since it is provisional, so it can be done later.
Simplemente quiero que quede.
You know, as I see, we have here provisional statement of outstanding universal value, so we can give the floor to ICOMOS later on. Have you any objection to approve, to adopt the paragraph 2 as amended? No, I see none. So, point 3, ICOMOS, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As this is going to be adopted as a provisional statement of outstanding universal value, we suggest that rather than trying to look at the issues now, it would be more productive if we could discuss them with the honourable delegate from Colombia and perhaps also from the state party over the next few days. And then perhaps at the end of the session, this finalised statement could be adopted.
Thank you very much. So, as I understand, we can adopt the paragraph 3 of the draft decision. Are any objections? I see none, so adopted. So move on to the paragraph 4. Paragraph 4. Recommend that the state party and the rest is not changed from the original proposal. Only point G, which is develop an overall conservation plan or conservation approach for the property. So I see no objections. It is adopted. And point 5, request the state party to submit to the World Heritage Center a report on the above recommendations, in particular with regard to implementation of the management plan for the property by 1st February 2014 for examination and the 38th session of the World Heritage Committee in 2014. So are any objections? I see none, so adopted. So now we have to move to adopt the whole resolution 36-COM 8B.42, Rio de Janeiro, Carioca landscapes between the mountain and the sea, Brazil. So I declare this resolution adopted. Congratulations, State Party. Dear colleagues, we have here with us the Minister of Culture of Brazil, Ana de Holanda, and floor is yours.
Senhora Presidenta, boa tarde. Em nome do governo brasileiro, cumprimento todos os presentes e agradeço aos membros do comitê a inscrição da paisagem cultural do Rio de Janeiro na lista do Patrimônio Mundial. Esta inscrição preenche uma lacuna, porque não se pode pensar no patrimônio do Brasil sem visualizar o cenário da cidade do Rio de Janeiro. Também representa um avanço nas políticas públicas do Brasil, que cada vez mais se voltam para o desafio de compreender o patrimônio cultural como uma dimensão essencial para a nossa gestão territorial. E é também um marco para esta convenção, uma vez que se trata da primeira área urbana em uma metrópole escrita como paisagem cultural. Portanto, o ineditismo, acompanhado por desafios da mesma grandeza, desejamos compartilhar este momento com a comunidade internacional. Para nós, do Brasil, esta convenção tem duas dimensões claras para seu futuro, a da paisagem e a da cooperação. Em primeiro lugar, a paisagem, porque não é possível avançar nas políticas culturais sem compreender a relação entre o homem e o meio, que as relações entre o homem e o meio constituem um novo campo de formulações, que, por outro lado, aproxima a política de patrimônio das discussões mais relevantes que ocorrem no campo multilateral, como as relacionadas ao desenvolvimento sustentável. E, por outro lado, possibilita a criação de uma nova cartografia patrimonial, rompendo com uma visão predominantemente historicista e substituindo por abordagens mais amplas de compreensão do mundo. Em segundo lugar, a cooperação, porque é a única maneira de enfrentarmos os desequilíbrios entre os países, o que também se verifica no desequilíbrio da lista do Patrimônio Mundial. Ademais, a cooperação é o instrumento que responde aos princípios que devem prevalecer na nossa Convenção. O patrimônio rompe barreiras, o patrimônio é um direito de todos nós. A nomeação do Rio de Janeiro, síntese do Brasil, agora declarado Patrimônio Mundial, expõe para todos nós esse desafio. Obrigada ao Comitê pela confiança depositada e pelo avanço conceitual que juntos construímos e que queremos celebrar. Estão todos convidados a desfrutar conosco desta maravilhosa cidade que é o Rio de Janeiro. Muito obrigada, spasiba.
Once more, we want to congratulate Brazil for such a wonderful job. Well done. I see Colombia. Colombia, you have the floor.
Sí, señor presidente. Nos ha pedido usted que no nos unamos todos a felicitaciones. Me resulta inevitable hacerlo brevísimamente, pero quería referirme a un tema de fondo. En este caso, Brasil ha hecho, como lo comentaba la señora ministra y como lo había comentado también antes en mi intervención, ha hecho un expediente supremamente novedoso que de alguna manera marca un hito en esta convención. En ese sentido, me parece que sería muy prudente que pudiéramos establecer un grupo de estudio, una comisión de estudio que pudiera analizar y quizá avanzar en las definiciones que tiene la Convención y las directrices prácticas respecto a sitio, conjunto de monumentos e incluso la misma definición de ciudad. Porque probablemente esta inscripción que hace Río de Janeiro no se corresponde cabalmente con ninguna de estas definiciones y abre posibilidades infinitamente ricas para otras ciudades a lo largo y ancho del territorio de nuestro planeta. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Colombia. I see India. India, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We'd like to endorse that. I said so before. I think we need, by the end of this conference, by the end of this session, some sense, and maybe the ADG could guide us in that, if not now, certainly at a later point in the session.
Thank you very much, India. I will propose that we do at a later stage that request. Can we now move on to the next site? The Russian Kremlins of the Russian Federation. I now invite ICOMOS to present the details of the proposed nomination of Russian Kremlins of the Russian Federation. ICOMOS, we have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. The Russian Kremlins are presented as a serial nomination of 13 components, 3 of which are presented at this initial stage. These 3 are 16th to 17th century fortified city centers which share locations close to the city's riverfronts. They were built as the central defense and administration units of the cities and include religious, administrative, and residential structures. Together, they are proposed as an exceptional group of Kremlins from the same historic cultural period, providing testimony to Kremlin architecture from the 14th to the 17th century. The 3 property components proposed are the ensembles of the Kremlins of Astrakhan, Uglitch, and Pskov. The Astrakhan Kremlin is located on an elevated island in the historic center of the city of Astrakhan in the upper Volga Delta. The nominated area, here in dark purple, is 11 hectares in size and surrounded by a 280 hectares buffer zone indicated by a dotted line. The Kremlin has triangular shape and is surrounded, could we have the next slide please, in the English version? The Kremlin is surrounded by a triangular shape, is of triangular shape and surrounded by a defensive wall with 7 fortified towers. And could we please move the French presentation on also? Thank you very much. The key religious structures inside the Kremlin, one slide further for the English presentation, thank you. The key religious structures inside the Kremlin are the Assumption Cathedral and its belfry. The Assumption Cathedral, with its 75 meters height and 5 domes, is the largest in Russia, and its current structure dates back to 1710. Other religious structures, one slide further please, in both versions, thank you. Other religious structures include Trinity Cathedral, originally from 1573, but destroyed several times, latest in 1928, and the Chapel of St. Cyril. The stone defense wall integrates fortified towers and measures approximately 1,500 meters in length and 12 meters in height. Crowned with swallowtail merlons, it is one of the earliest Kremlin stone fortifications built. The second side component, Uglitch Kremlin, is located in the Yaroslavl region at the confluence of the rivers Shelkovka and Volga. The nominated area, here in blue, covers the 3.5 hectares, with a buffer zone, here in green, of almost 27 hectares. The view from the Volga towards the Kremlin is dominated by the Kremlin's religious structures. In particular, the Church of St. Demetrius and the Cathedral of Transfiguration, which is the central monument in the Kremlin, but also the central cathedral of Uglitch. The Church of St. Demetrius is said to be located on the very spot where the blood of Prince Dmitry was spilled. The first building visible upon entering the Kremlin is the Duma, constructed in the early 19th century in classical style. The third component is the Kremlin of Pskov, located in the Pskov region in northwest Russia. The Kremlin is located on a hill at the confluence of the Pskovka and Velikaya rivers and comprises 9 hectares of the central Kremlin fortification and Dovman town, a residential area in the outer fortification. The river panorama of the Kremlin highlights the Trinity Cathedral, constructed in local limestone. With its 5 domes, it is constructed in the distinctive characteristic of the Baroque style popular in Moscow at the time. Dovman town, in the outer fortifications, contains archaeological excavations of the residential area, the consistory building, and the mandatory chambers originally built in the 19th century. The Kremlin is indicated by the inner stone fortification walls, while a second defense wall surrounds the residential quarters. Considering the overall proposal of the 3 side components, ICOMOS thinks that the conditions of authenticity and integrity have not been justified. The authenticity is especially affected by the limited material originality of the historic structures, which do no longer date to their original construction period in the 14th and 17th century for which they were nominated. ICOMOS does not think that the comparative analysis adequately justifies the selection of these 3 Kremlins, in particular the exclusion of the Kremlins of outstanding universal value already included on the World Heritage List. ICOMOS did not see the criteria proposed as being justified. While the property boundaries are adequate in encompassing the Kremlin's individual historic significance, the buffer zones in Uglitch and Pskov would need to be extended. The legal regulations for the protection of the properties are adequate, but protection would need to be established for the buffer zones. ICOMOS considers that the 3 properties were subject to rather extensive conservation treatments, including reconstruction activities. Although these seem to have been effective, ICOMOS recommends that future conservation should be based on more minimalistic conservation strategies. The three Kremlins do not have a shared management framework, which would need to be developed for any future serial nomination of Russian Kremlins. ICOMOS further recommends the preparation of management strategies for the overall protection of Kremlins and management and action plans for the individual sites. A more community-driven management approach would also be an asset. In conclusion, ICOMOS recommends that the three proposed Russian Kremlins should not be inscribed on the World Heritage List. However, ICOMOS recognizes the importance of the theme of Russian Kremlins to the World Heritage List and encourages the state party to reconceptualize a serial nomination based on the outstanding Russian Kremlins already inscribed on the World Heritage List, such as the Kremlins of Moscow, Novgorod, Suzdal, and Kazan, to which further Kremlins with outstanding and exceptional attributes not yet represented could be added. ICOMOS would like to offer its assistance in the conceptualization and the selection of these as part of the upstreaming process. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you very much, ICOMOS, for this explanation. I now invite state parties to express their comments on this nomination and to adopt the draft decision concerning this property. Now I open the floor. I recognize India. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chairperson. We recognize that the Russian Kremlins are a very important nomination for the World Heritage List. What we see are certain concerns or issues related to how ICOMOS has perceived this nomination and what the state party has proposed. We have certain questions for both ICOMOS and the state party. There is an issue of serial properties out here. We believe that there is very limited information on the integrity of serial nominations at present. And often, as has been mentioned, additional information is asked in cases of doubts for any nomination. What we note is that the state party was not asked specifically on the selection of components or the integrity of the series when additional information was required. We also note that though ICOMOS has mentioned limitations of time in asking for additional information, but similar information has been asked twice from state parties in other nominations. So there needs to be a balance on when additional information is asked and specific information as per the nomination regarding integrity or authenticity or the selection of the components. So one question is to ICOMOS on why this additional information was not requested. Secondly, regarding authenticity, we see an issue again out here because ICOMOS seeks authenticity in a specific period of development of Russian history, whereas the state party has expressed the outstanding universal value of the serial nomination as an evolving or transforming political center, which is what the Kremlins represent. So we would want both ICOMOS and state party to present their views on the authenticity of the series. Regarding reviewing the existing serial nomination in context with the 4 existing World Heritage sites, we understand that out of the 4 Kremlins, it's only 1 that is nominated as Kremlins, whereas the other 3 World Heritage sites do not, they are more of urban ensembles rather than being nominated as Kremlins. So we would request ICOMOS views as well as state parties' views on the limitations and scope of extending this serial nomination, including the 4 existing sites. Thank you.
Thank you, India. I now give the floor to Serbia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Allow me, first of all, to thank to ICOMOS for the report, but in order to save our time, let me just support the questions introduced right now by my distinguished colleague from Indian delegation to ICOMOS. My questions were the same then we are really very much interested to hear the answers. And certainly, I don't esteem necessary, but if it is necessary, we would like also to give opportunity to the representative of the state party to give responses. Thank you.
Thank you, Serbia. I now give the floor to Switzerland.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. À notre avis, il semble y avoir un malentendu à la base de cette candidature. Un bien sériel de la liste du patrimoine mondial ne consiste pas en la totalité d'objets d'une typologie spécifique. Tout au contraire, il faut appliquer une analyse comparative à l'intérieur de la série qui définit les critères de sélection pour les éléments constitutifs les plus exceptionnels. Chaque élément doit après contribuer de manière unique et bien définie à la valeur universelle exceptionnelle de l'ensemble de la série. Or, par la présente candidature, l'État partie commence avec 3 Kremlins d'une série de 13 en total en tant qu'inscription initiale et sur le fond des 4 Kremlins déjà inscrits en tant que tels ou dans des inscriptions qui intègrent ces Kremlins. Dans le dossier de candidature, il n'y a pas d'analyse comparative entre les Kremlins qui sont déjà inscrits sur la liste du patrimoine mondial et les 3 supplémentaires qui sont proposés ici. La Suisse peut bien imaginer qu'il y aura un jour une série des Kremlins russes, mais la série devrait forcément commencer avec les 4 Kremlins qui figurent déjà d'une manière ou d'une autre sur la liste du patrimoine mondial et peut-être même en finir là. Parce que ces 4 exemples de Kremlins ou d'ensembles urbains contenant des Kremlins couvrent, si j'ose dire, déjà différents aspects de cette typologie. Peut-être que dans une analyse comparative interne approfondie, on trouvera encore un autre Kremlin des 13 qui représente un complément pas présent à ce stade et pourra ainsi compléter cette série déjà existante. Les 3 exemples proposés actuellement ne le font pas. Et dès lors, il faut prendre la décision, comme le présente ICOMOS, de ne pas inscrire cette proposition de candidature. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Switzerland. I recognize Estonia. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Estonia appreciates very highly Russian historical military architecture and likes the idea of Kremlin's serial nomination. However, the current nomination causes too much confusion. There are already some Kremlins, very good sites, inscribed, which are not linked to this serial nomination. We do not see here the logic. Next to the existing sites, and in some cases also using name Kremlins, is proposed a serial nomination of Kremlins. If the State Party of France kindly allows me to use their heritage in a comparative example, we have separate sites of the most outstanding French cathedrals like Chartres, Amiens, Reims, and Bourges, and can you imagine that in addition to these, a serial nomination of Ile-de-France cathedrals is initiated where we put the rest? Also, we consider it to be a problem that the current nomination dossier does not explain what new complementary aspects of military architecture Pskov, Uglitz, and Astrakhan add. We really missed the comparative analysis. The whole thing, how the State Party has presented it, is really premature and should be reconceptualized. Thank you.
Thank you, Estonia. I now give the floor to France.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Je vais peut-être essayer de répondre tout de suite aux délégués de l'Estonie. Je pense que les inscriptions des cathédrales françaises sont des inscriptions assez anciennes et que peut-être maintenant on pourrait envisager autre chose. Il y a le grand livre du grand historien français du Moyen-Âge qui s'appelle Georges Duby, qui était le temps des cathédrales. Donc on pourrait peut-être imaginer une série sur ce thème-là. Pour revenir au Kremlin, plus précisément, Pour nous, la série semble se justifier, même si le principe de cette série reste à bâtir de façon peut-être un peu plus forte et un peu plus cohérente. Et justement, j'aurais une question à l'État parti, toujours pour essayer d'éclairer notre lanterne sur le principe de la série, c'est est-ce que les Kremlins russes faisaient partie d'une structure étatique, ou bien est-ce qu'ils avaient chacun une fonction spécifique? Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, France. I recognize Mexico. You have the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente. El debate que se ha llevado hasta el momento sobre esta propuesta es de lo más importante, porque aquí es necesario aclarar y poder ver con objetividad cuáles son aquellos criterios que conforman una serie. Me parece que ya se han hecho trabajos importantes en ese sentido, pero yo creo que la propuesta que hace hoy el Estado de la Federación Rusa tiene un interés particular. Sin meternos también en asuntos que el órgano consultivo evocó en su informe que nos dio para presentar este bien sobre los temas de autenticidad, que me parece que en todo caso deberían de ser revisados con mucho cuidado para no verlo con la ortodoxia que luego se quieren ver algunos edificios de la historia occidental. A mí me gustaría saber por parte del Estado de la Federación Rusa otro aspecto que enriquece la propuesta, y es el saber cuál es el significado que tienen estos conjuntos para las comunidades que les dan sustento, las comunidades que les dan el significado y el uso en donde están insertos estos monumentos. A mí me parece que es muy importante que veamos para poder evaluar con mayor objetividad la relevancia que tiene la propuesta de esta serie. Muchísimas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Mexico. I now give the floor to Senegal.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Les remarques et propositions de l'ICOMOS sont fort nombreuses. À ce propos, je voudrais faire mien les commentaires et questions de l'Inde, de la France et du Mexique, et ajouter la demande à l'État parti de nous éclairer sur les impacts des Kremlins sur les paysages urbains et les espaces modernes environnants.
Thank you, Senegal. I give the floor to Cambodia.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Ayant écouté le rapport de l'ICOMOS dont nous remercions, le Cambodge souhaite avoir des précisions en matière de conservation de l'État parti sur les restaurations apportées à ces monuments. Merci.
Thank you, Cambodia, for being brief. I have Mali. Mali, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président, je remercie également l'ICOMOS pour cette brillante présentation. Présentation au cours de laquelle les différents éléments, les critères d'évaluation, objectifs ont été cités, et tous ces éléments vont en faveur d'une inscription. La valeur universelle exceptionnelle, la délimitation, l'analyse comparative. Mais je pense que nous sommes confrontés à un problème fondamental. Il y a une confusion au niveau de l'appellation Kremlin, comme c'est une inscription en série. C'est ce qui crée la confusion dans l'esprit des gens. Je souhaiterais que l'État parti clarifie ce classement en série, parce qu'on va d'un Kremlin à l'autre. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Mali. I now give the floor to South Africa.
Thank you, Chair. Having heard the comments by Estonia, Switzerland, and various other state parties, I think the issue here is the confusion And I think it's the confusion around several issues that have been raised, the significance of the site, the comparison between historical and modern sites. And I think I'd like to join in requesting the state party to clarify this nomination, the serial nomination of the Kremlins. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, South Africa. I recognize Germany. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I may be the only one in the room who has been to all of these Kremlins already a long time ago. I must say that if we take up the comparison that was made by Estonia, 4 cathedrals in an environment of like 400 kilometers difference, here we have some very important buildings. I think they are outstanding in an area of more than 8,000 kilometers distinct. I think we have to acknowledge that that makes a difference. That is why we would support the decision to refer that, and we should go for these 3 if ICOMOS can accept the outstanding universal value of these 3, and then which ones and whether more will be inscribed in the future, we will judge upon when we see their presentation and the documentation. Thank you very much. We should protect, that's what we have. We are here for the future generations. If we have something we can protect now, we should protect it now. Thank you.
Thank you, Germany. There were questions for clarity. I want now to give the state party an opportunity to clarify and respond to questions. Clarifying and responding to questions, I now give the floor to the Russian Federation.
Спасибо, господин председатель, за данное нам слово. Я хотел бы поблагодарить ИКОМОС за проведенный анализ нашей документации. И вместе с тем я свой доклад хочу разбить на 2 части. Прежде всего, организационная часть. Я хочу сказать, что к нам приезжал экспорт ИКОМОСа, который был направлен, господин Штольц, один из ведущих специалистов в области сохранения комплексов памятников в ИКОМОСе, который детально обследовал эти 3 номинации и наше предложение по серийной номинации. И я вынужден был его спросить, потому что мы не получили никакой информации от ИКОМОСа, какое его заключение. Оно положительное, и мне подтвердили потом в дальнейшем это в ИКОМОСе. Вместе с тем я не видел многих позиций, которые мы с ним обсуждали детально, поэтому возникло очень много вопросов, которые практически в тексте имеют ответы. Поэтому я начну. Да, и более того, мы, извините уж, долго мою такую первую часть, после того, как нам прислали будущий проект решения комитета, значит, мы собрали всех наших экспортов 3 регионов и плюс наших ведущих экспортов Национального комитета ИКОМОС, он все-таки большой у нас, почти 300 человек. Мы провели совещание, анализ этого документа. Мы подготовили ответ на 11 страницах, которые мы разослали руководству ЮНЕСКО, президенту ИКОМОСа, директору Центра всемирного наследия, председателю комитета. И мы ждали ответа, реакции на этот документ, который детально анализировал заключение, подготовленное ИКОМОС, и наши позиции по тексту. Мы не получили до сегодняшнего дня никаких ответов. Поэтому я постараюсь, я думаю, что это будет не так просто, но тем не менее я постараюсь обосновать серийность предлагаемой номинации Российской Федерации. Прежде всего, что такое Кремли для Российской Федерации? Это структура, которая создавалась в период не с 14, а с 14, вернее, по 17 год и даже с 12 года частично, которая выстраивалась этими веками, когда расширялось государство, и при расширении создавались новые регионы, в которых первое, что строилось, Кремль. Кремль, который нес несколько функций. Оборонительную функцию, функцию нахождения там управления, то есть, можно сказать, там главы региона. Там находилась одновременно и архиерей православной церкви. Кроме этого, было много различных построек дополнительных, которые, собственно, служили при нападении на Кремль, на этот регион, целью скрыться жителям этого региона в Кремле. И это была постоянно вырастающая структура, которая сегодня достигла структуры Кремлей до 2 десятков. Это была не просто структура, она формировалась как государственная система обороны и управления, и плюс к этому российские Кремли – это те точки, от которых выросли города, будущие города, столицы этих регионов. То есть эти Кремли имели и градообразующий фактор. Что касается архитектуры, то самобытность, стилистика кремлевской архитектуры, она во многом отличается от окружающей в будущем жилой среды, окружающей эти Кремли. И именно вот эта вот целостность структуры Кремлей, притом я хочу подчеркнуть, все Кремли, как государственная структура, были связаны между собой. Это была целая структура обороны и управления страной, которая росла быстро, у которой были проблемы защиты, управления и так далее и тому подобное. Это что касается, мы считаем, что это главные позиции, которые составляют выдающуюся универсальную ценность. Что касается целостности и аутентичности этих Кремлей, то мы бы, конечно, если бы была серийная номинация, наверное, в 90-е годы предложили все 4 Кремля, которые уже находятся в списке всемирного наследия, как объекты серийной номинации. Но тогда не было серийной номинации. И эти Кремли вошли компонентами совершенно в другие номинации, другие градостроительные комплексы. Вы знаете, что Московский Кремль – это Московский Кремль, Красная площадь. Вы знаете, что Новгородский Кремль в 90-е годы, включенный как элемент градостроительной структуры белокаменного зодчества Новгорода. Ну, по Казанскому Кремлю это самый поздний Кремль, у него своя история, своя жизнь. Что касается Суздальского Кремля, его вообще не было. Это были рвы и несколько сооружений, поэтому рассматривать его как удачный объект, который может заменить то, что мы предлагаем, практически не имеет никакого смысла. Далее я хочу сказать следующее. Обоснование цельности и истории той первой группы 4 Кремлей, которые дало ИКОМОС, к несчастью, несколько ошибочно. Дело в том, что не Новгородский Кремль, который находится в списке самый древний, а Псковский Кремль. Поэтому он стал элементом нашей номинации. Более того, я хочу сказать, что Угличский Кремль, как он был построен, он совершенно не изменился и сохранился. И это особый вид маленького регионального Кремля. Что касается Астраханского Кремля, то многие специалисты по фортификации, которые описывали его, сказали, что это одно из самых уникальных фортификационных сооружений, которое обеспечивало защиту его и снаружи, и внутри. Таким образом, нам кажется, что та группа Кремлей, которую мы предложили в начальную стадию нашей серийной номинации, полностью соответствует и критериям, и выдающей универсальной ценности, и аутентичности, и таким образом могут представлять вот эту нашу будущую большую комплексную номинацию, которую мы предлагаем как серийную. Более того, я хочу сказать, уже выработана система, которую мы предложили, управления этими Кремлями 3. Вы знаете, что мы проработали буферные зоны. Они довольно большие, хотя ИКОМОС и предлагает их увеличить, но ведь любое увеличение буферной зоны, оно связано с тем, чтобы они совпадали законодательными зонами охраны памятников, которые существуют в данном регионе и у нас в государстве. Поэтому нам кажется, что предложенная нами номинация по подлинности, целостности, по выдающейся универсальной ценности соответствует начальному этапу продвижения серийной номинации, которую мы предлагаем от Российской Федерации. Спасибо.
I will request ICOMOS to respond to the questions that were posed by the committee members. ICOMOS, we have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. I recognized 3 questions that were specifically addressed to ICOMOS, but I would also like to comment to one detail mentioned in the statement of the Russian Federation, but I'll address the questions first. India and Serbia asked us specifically why we did not ask the state party to provide further information on the selection of components. Secondly, what our exact position as to authenticity was. And thirdly, related to the 4 other sites already included on the World Heritage List, we were requested to comment on their nature as Kremlins and as being appropriate for such a serial nomination. Let me start with the first of these questions. We sent a request for additional information to the state party on the 22nd of September 2011, which was at the early stage of our evaluation cycle before the World Heritage Panel of ICOMOS had met. You have to know that within the evaluation cycle, at different stages, different questions arise. First questions arise during the initial reading of the dossier. Later questions may arise after the discussions in the panel. And so at different stages during the process, we take the opportunity to communicate with the state party and ask for additional material if required. However, unfortunately, we have not received any response to our first letter from the Russian Federation and have therefore not followed up with further letters requesting further information. On the item of authenticity, we believe that some of the buildings in the 3 Kremlins may be considered to some extent authentic with regard to their construction period. However, most of them have been built or rebuilt in the 18th and 19th century, while the Kremlins were specifically proposed to reflect Kremlin architecture from the 14th to the 17th century, and so they cannot be considered authentic regarding the period that was provided in the justification of the nomination. However, even in regard to the period they were built, not all of them would provide conditions of material authenticity. However, some of them would certainly correspond to authenticity in use and function. Regarding your third question, the 4 other sites, including Kremlins on the World Heritage List, this means the sites of the Kremlin of Moscow, of Kazan, of Novgorod, and of Suzdal, only 2 of these nominations are centered around the Kremlin structures as the key element in these nominations, which are the Kremlins in Kazan and Moscow. However, the other 2 sites include Kremlins that in the justifications of these nominations were considered as outstanding elements in their own that contributed to the nomination of historic cities or larger areas in this context. We would like to also remind the committee in this context that we had previous cases where World Heritage sites that already existed were included in other World Heritage sites and therefore are, strictly speaking, double nominated or double inscribed, once as part of serial nominations and as individual sites of the same time. And we would find it a very concerning approach if the committee had already accepted 4 Kremlins to be clearly of outstanding universal value, if these were not included in a serial nomination named Russian Kremlins. Now, the last comment I would like to make was with regard to the material that the Russian Federation mentioned that they had sent to ICOMOS and not received any response to. This material was submitted during in the mechanism of a factual error letter. However, it contained additional information to the nomination and not factual errors, and therefore it could not be accepted as it was submitted beyond the date that additional information could be submitted. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you, ICOMOS, for that clarity. Distinguished delegates, we have listened to the State Party. We have listened to the response of ICOMOS. I recognize India. India, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry because I know that you were intending to move to the decision, but I think there are very important and serious questions here. I'd like to thank the distinguished ambassador of Germany for reminding us, in effect, that Russia is a continent which is a country, and a country which is occasionally a continent and more. And therefore, scale is important, and that the dimensions are indeed important. I'd like to thank the ambassador of France for pointing out that the concept of heritage over 40 years must inevitably change, and from the standalone cathedrals that you have to serial nominations is a conceptual jump that ICOMOS and others must understand and recognize. There seems to be a problem here. There seems to be, and I have seen this before in forts, for instance, in others, where the concept of an agreed a regular military architecture is sought to be imposed. But the Kremlins are much more than that. They were centers, they were certainly garrisons, but they were also the catalysts for transformation of the emergence of a modern Russian state, a state that emerged through centuries of warfare and conflict and so on. But they were locations of religious centers, they were deployed garrisons, there was a little bit of commerce. So there is conceptual clarity in this, and I would not like to see this as simply military architecture. They're much more. In a sense, they represent the soul of an emerging Russian nation. Now, as far as authenticity is concerned, authenticity to me is more than material. Through countries, through nations that have gone through war, through change, through technological change, you cannot pin it down. You cannot have outdoor museums, which is what, that they have remained unchanged in form, substance, and material over centuries. So, Chair, I would urge that we recognize this, and this is something we have to take up seriously with the World Heritage Center and with the advisory bodies, the entire concept, the conceptual basis of what we are doing. But that apart, I seem to sense a gap. And when the draft resolution comes, and India is one of the sponsors of that, I think there is a great case for assistive, upstream involvement of the advisory body in what happens next, irrespective of what happens next. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, India. I see more parties want to take the floor. I want to move us to the draft decision that is in front of us. I recognize two committee members. I will give them the floor and we move to the draft decision. France, you have the floor.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Si on réfléchit un peu à cette idée de série de Kremlin, en fait, j'ai l'impression que nous sommes face à une petite constellation de Kremlin. Comme l'ont dit l'ambassadeur de l'Inde et celui de l'Allemagne, le ciel de la Russie et son territoire sont immenses. Mais je trouve que ça rajoute de la beauté et du sens à la série, et le seul regret que nous pourrions avoir, c'est que cette constellation ne soit pas plus importante et ne prenne pas en compte tous les autres Kremlins dont nous avons entendu parler et qui reflètent l'histoire même de la formation de l'appareil d'État de la Russie. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, France. I give the floor to Switzerland.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Nous partageons tout à fait l'avis que l'approche du bien sériel ou de la série peut être poursuivi et que c'est une forme moderne, en quelque sens, d'approcher le patrimoine. Mais ce n'est pas la question ici. La question ici, c'est que pour créer un bien sériel, il faut faire une analyse comparative qui définit lesquels sont les éléments constitutifs de tous les éléments existants qui peuvent entrer dans cette série. Or, cette analyse n'est pas présent jusqu'à maintenant. On a eu quelques indications très utiles d'ailleurs de la délégation de Russie qui ont spécifié pourquoi ces trois ont été choisis, mais nous ne savons pas en quoi les autres 10 Kremlins pourraient peut-être répondre aussi ou mieux à cette sélection, et les 4 déjà inscrits n'ont pas été pris en considération non plus. Et dès lors, on ne peut accepter une telle série comme elle est maintenant, et puis il faut que l'État parti retravaille toute la thématique de la série sur les Kremlins. Encore une fois, prenons en considération tous les Kremlins existants et faisons son choix sur la base des critères bien précis et bien définis qui fera après la sélection définitive à proposer pour la liste du patrimoine mondial. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Sutherland. I want to give the floor to ICOMOS before we go to the draft decision. ICOMOS, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, for giving ICOMOS the opportunity to clarify, as there may have been misunderstandings in the comment that was earlier made by India. ICOMOS has never seen or attempted to reduce Kremlins to military architecture. And if you look carefully at our report, you will see that we highlighted the residential, administrative, and even commercial functions that Kremlins had in the city centers of the communities. And in this case, ICOMOS does by no means suggest to create outdoor museums. On the contrary, youth and community integration is a very important component of heritage preservation. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you, ICOMOS, for that clarity. I recognize Germany. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I somehow have the feeling this is one of these cases where it is difficult. We have new instruments in the convention, which is the serial, which have led us to inscribe within it shouldn't sound polemic, but in a very short time, we inscribed 148 Mexican churches. Have we studied them all in detail, or maybe it was only 120, I don't know. We have inscribed yesterday 109 new parts of a site in France. Did we go into each detail for each building? No, we didn't. So the problem with the serial is that, when is a serial finished? I would not give a blanco check to the missing Kremlins that they are all considered to be of outstanding value. But I can only say I know these 3, and I know them well, and it has nothing to do with any kind of, how should I say, being nice to somebody. You must think that you drive down a river for 4,000 kilometers, at the end 8,000 kilometers, and the area is almost not populated. Sorry for Russia. It is very non-densely populated. So the time when we have these buildings from, to me it is amazing that such structures were set up at that time, even stretching over centuries, with which came a wave of settlement, which came the entire cultural setup of these regions. And I think we have to take this into account, paying proper tribute. So I'm looking for a way that we inscribe these without making an automatic opening for those that are still there. And my question is to the legal advisor, can't we inscribe these and allow for others later to be added, suppose that they prove their outstanding value?
Thank you. Serbia, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I would simply like to add to the point which was made by Germany that the serial nominations pose a special problem precisely in cases such as these Kremlins.
the expectations to be able to compile a vast set of, which may be considered complete, of the whole series is an illusion, because this is simply a matter of practically infinite time. So the definition of a series by virtue of presenting 3 outstanding cases, if such can be defined, is a way to initiate the process, which then can be expanded by further addition of new examples, or by going back to those which have already been nominated in a slightly different context and added to the new series. Thank you.
Thank you, Sebia. I see Germany. You have the floor again. Germany, you have the floor.
Sorry, I was just said that I omitted my sentence, inscribe as soon as possible, which is we are supporting. I'm again saying that the referral. Thank you.
Okay. Can I give, before I go to the legal advisor, I want to give ICOMOS because there were some technical comments that came from the floor. ICOMOS, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. We wanted to respond to the question posed by Germany as to whether the other serial nominations, such as the mining basin in France that was inscribed yesterday with 109 components, or the Camino Real in Mexico, were carefully studied in all their individual elements, and yes, they were. That was the basis of the evaluation and the comparative analysis presented for these cases, and ICOMOS recommended these because the comparative analysis illustrated why these components were selected and not other potential components that could have been selected instead. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your comments, questions. I want to give the floor to the legal advisor. After that, we go to the draft decision. Legal advisor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is in reply to the question put by the delegation of Germany. The rules governing serial nominations are in the operational guidelines, starting Rule 137 on serial properties. And the rule that I think the German delegation could refer to is Rule 139, which provides that serial nominations, whether from one state party or multiple states, may be submitted for evaluation over several nomination cycles, provided that the first property nominated is of outstanding universal value in its own right. Mr. Chairman, I would suggest that the Secretariat confirm that my interpretation is correct, since they operate the guidelines on a regular basis. Thank you.
I see nods. I want to give the rapporteur a chance to take us through the draft decision. Rapporteur?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thought you were going to ask me to follow up on that. Okay, thank you. Well, we have received an amendment from the delegation on India, which basically asks for refer the nomination of Russian Kremlins. The amendment also proposes to delete paragraph 3, of course, which recognizes the importance on this and make some recommendations to the state party. So basically you have in front of you 2 paragraphs with these amendments, which have been distributed in advance to all delegations of the committee. So you may proceed, Mr. Chairman, if you want to do that paragraph by paragraph.
Before we adopt paragraph 1, you wanted to say something. I will allow you to do that. Are you fine? Oh, thank you. Paragraph 1. Any comments on para 1? Paragraph 1 adopted. Paragraph 2. Rapporteur, want to take us through that?
Sure, Mr. Chairman. Paragraph 2, as amended, says, refers the nomination of the Russian Kremlin's Russian Federation back to the state party in order to allow it to A. Develop further the important theme of Russian Kremlins to the World Heritage List and encourage the State Party to strengthen the comparative analysis on the serial nomination of the 3 components considering the 4 Russian Kremlins already inscribed on the World Heritage List and other Kremlins to be proposed as future extension of the series. B. Further strengthen the statement of outstanding universal value for the serial nomination. And C. Elaborate the functioning of the overarching Russian National World Heritage Committee set up to coordinate management across all Kremlin sites.
Thank you, Rapporteur. I now open the floor for comments on the whole paragraph 2, A, B, C. I see Switzerland. Switzerland, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Nous pourrions, à la rigueur, examiner l'idée d'un différement. Un renvoi ne permettra pas, après la discussion que nous avons eue tout à l'heure sur le temps que prend l'examen ou le réexamen d'un dossier en série, de faire le travail qui est demandé dans les petits points A, B et C, qui me semblent essentiels. Ceci dit, la Suisse considère que la non-inscription permettrait beaucoup mieux de faire le travail et de revenir, et donnerait l'occasion à la Fédération de Russie de revenir avec une proposition qui tienne compte de tous les éléments tels qu'ils sont ressortis de la discussion intensive que nous avons eue tout à l'heure. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Switzerland. I recognize Colombia.
Gracias, señor presidente. Queremos adherirnos 100% a lo que acaba de decir la Federación de Suiza. Efectivamente, si quieren, todo lo que hemos discutido ahora de una nominación serial, falta definirla, falta entenderla, cómo lo van a hacer, yo creería que un DFAIR les va a dar la opción de hacerlo, además trabajar con una misión que los pueda apoyar. Gracias.
Thank you, Colombia. I see Estonia. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Estonia also considers that the proposal to refer the nomination is untimely and the State Party of Russia needs more time to reconceptualize their nomination. That's why the State Party of Estonia endorses the proposal made by Switzerland and Colombia. Thank you.
Thank you, Estonia. I recognize India.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for giving us precedence over Serbia, who I believe raised their flag before we did. But I beg your pardon on this occasion. Chair, the issue, and I recognize what the distinguished ambassador of Switzerland is saying, the issue is of distance, not just physical distance, but in the mind. And there seems to be distance in the mind between what ICOMOS is saying and what we understand the heritage to be, or at least the conceptual and principles of this nomination to be. That is, I think, the biggest obstacle. The fact that the state party, and the state party has obviously knows their Kremlins, and the basis on which they did it, and the ICOMOS, which I believe has made, let me say, semi-rigid errors of concept even before. This distance, can it be bridged? And that's really what we should be looking at. Chair, I want one clarification from the World Heritage Secretariat, which is that can the World Heritage Committee call on additional assistance? I mean, I certainly believe ICOMOS should be encouraged to provide assistance if the state party is willing to request it at the earliest. Because this is an important case. These are important matters of serial nominations. These are very important future inscriptions. But can the World Heritage Committee also call on bodies other than ICOMOS to assist it in its task? Thank you.
Thank you, India. I recognize Serbia. You have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, et merci aussi aux chers collègues de l'Inde pour avoir vu notre intérêt de prendre la parole. Pour des raisons déjà présentées, exprimées, même en plusieurs reprises de la part de ma délégation, pour être plutôt pour rester consistante dans notre plein soutien de cette nomination, nous supportons pleinement la proposition de l'Inde. Merci.
Thank you. I recognize France. France, you have the floor.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Nous soutenons la proposition indienne. Je crois qu'un renvoi, ça donne une marge de temps assez suffisante. Et simplement, il faudrait à ce moment-là que l'État partie puisse inviter une mission à se rendre sur place. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, France. I recognize Qatar. You have the floor.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. بعد الاستماع لتقرير الأيكوموس ووجهات النظر المختلفة وردود الدولة المعنية نؤيد المقترح الهندي وكذلك ما جاء على لسان صديقنا سفير فرنسا. شكرا.
Thank you, Qatar. I recognize United Arab Emirates. You have the floor.
شكرا السيد الرئيس. الإمارات وبعد أن سمعت رأي الإيكوموس والدولة الطرف وأعضاء اللجنة المؤكرين، لأننا نعرف أن نهاية هذه الآراء ستقودنا للوصول لنتيجة محددة، ولذلك نحن مقتنعون أن إعطاء الدولة الطرف فرصة لا تخل بالنهاية بالمعايير وبالقواعد، لأنهم بالسنة القادمة إذا لم يستوفوا هذه المعايير سيواجهوا رأي محدد تجاه هذه المسألة نلتزم به جميعا. إن هذا الموقع بعد النقاش الذي دار نرى أن إمهال الدولة لسنة قادمة ربما يمكنها من الوفاء بمشاغل الإيكوموس. نحن مع اقتراح الهند.
Thank you, UAE. I give Switzerland the floor. Switzerland, you have the floor.
Excusez-moi, Monsieur le Président, de reprendre la parole, mais je voudrais quand même dire que lorsque l'on lit le petit A qui est proposé par l'Inde, ce n'est tout simplement statutairement pas possible de le remplir sous l'empire, je dirais, d'un renvoi. Ces conditions qui exigent ensuite une mission ne peuvent être, selon les statuts, faites qu'avec un différement. Alors, je trouve que le comité est en train de se fourvoyer. On a vu à plusieurs reprises combien le différement permettait, et on a eu des exemples, cette session, la session dernière, permettait à des États de revenir avec un projet solide, bien ficelé, qui passe et qui est approuvé ensuite. Il ne s'agit pas de bâcler cette question, ce d'autant plus que c'est une question extrêmement importante. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Switzerland. Algeria, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. L'Algérie appuie la solution du renvoi, mais en demandant peut-être à l'État partie de voir s'il est dans ses dispositions pour relever ce défi. Merci.
Thank you, Algeria. Mexico, you have the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente. México apoya la propuesta de referir este caso al Estado parte y de devolver, presentada por India y otros. Pero también queríamos hacer mención a que esto no obsta para poder trabajar más los incisos correspondientes a B, si es necesario ajustar inconsistencias como la que pudiera haber señalado la delegación de Suiza. Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much, Mexico. I see Iraq. You have the floor.
شكرا سيدي الرئيس. لنا قناعة تامة بأن الدولة الطرف لديها الإمكانية في تلافي الملاحظات الواردة على لسان ليكوموس، لذلك نؤيد المقترح الهندي في الرد. شكرا.
Thank you, Iraq. I see Germany. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To refer a nomination means to give more time, up to 3 years. We trust that the Russian experts are able to provide supplementary information and information on the concept of a series within 3 years. Thank you very much. Therefore, we support the proposal of India.
Thank you, Germany. I give the floor to South Africa.
Thank you, Chair. We'd also like to support the recommendation of India for a referral. ICOMOS, when they made their presentation earlier on, they mentioned that the state party had not provided the information on time. Some of the information had been received, but it was after due date, which means already some of the work has been done. So within the period as stated by Germany, a referral could still work. So we support a referral. Thank you.
Thank you, South Africa. I recognize Malaysia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Malaysia also would like to associate ourselves with India's recommendation and also echoes others party that we should ask the state party if they could complete the nomination within this period mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you. I see there are 3 other state parties requesting the floor, including India, that asked the Secretariat a question. I want to give Colombia and Mali, and then I go to Mr. Rao to respond to the question of India and give India the floor. Now I give the floor to Colombia. Colombia, you have the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente. Volvemos a adherirnos a la propuesta de Suiza. Nosotros pensamos que esta es una nominación de gran importancia y gran envergadura. Estamos hablando de los Kremlins de Rusia. Las recomendaciones que se les están haciendo en A, B y C son inmensas, son unos grandes requerimientos que si Rusia en un año lo presenta y lo ponemos en refer, como lo hemos visto en esta sesión, todos los dossiers que están completos y están en refer han sido inscritos. No tomaría más de un año si es que pueden hacer completar todas estas recomendaciones, pero si no es el caso, no tienen problema, pueden seguir haciéndolo e incluir una misión de ICOMOS, incluir el apoyo. Yo definitivamente creo que para nosotros sería de gran importancia que se fuera a defer. Gracias.
Thank you, Colombia. I give the floor to Mali.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Suite aux explications fournies par l'ICOMOS et l'État parti, la délégation du Mali souscrit pour le renvoi. Merci.
Thank you, Mali. I give the floor to Senegal.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Quand j'ai écouté les réponses de l'État parti par rapport aux questions qu'on lui a posées, y compris la nôtre, et je pense que l'État parti a suffisamment de temps dans le cadre d'un renvoi. Et donc le Sénégal appuie la proposition de l'Inde.
Thank you, Senegal. Now I give the floor to the center to respond to the Indian question. And then thereafter, I'll give the floor to India, and then we need to consider this paragraph 2. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. In response to the question from the delegate of India, I would like to draw attention to Rule 6 of the Rules of Procedure, which talk about organizations attending the committee session in an advisory capacity. And this rule is actually drawn from the provisions of Article 8.3 of the World Heritage Convention. And this rule provides for the states parties to the convention meeting in the General Assembly, then inviting certain intergovernmental or non-governmental organizations to attend the sessions of the committee in an advisory capacity. It's a decision that is to be taken by the General Assembly of States Parties to invite certain intergovernmental or non-governmental organizations to attend the committee sessions in an advisory capacity. And Mr. Chair, if you allow, according to the trend set by the legal advisor, I will seek her confirmation of my interpretation. Thank you.
Legal advisor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, but I don't know the question.
Okay. Let me give the floor to India. India, you have the floor.
The legal advisor is right. You must know the question before you give the answer. I have two propositions to make. One is my understanding that in this exchange of additional information, the additional information requested actually dealt with one of the configuration of one of the Kremlins. So it was, in a sense, really additional information that was being sought. The additional information sought, as far as I know, was not on the comparative analysis that was or was not there. I would therefore urge that, as we have done with India, the hill forts, with Croatia in the last 24 hours, that you assign a role, a specific role for what I believe is a consultative mission. I think this is much too important to go through the normal processes of referral, and if the state party is willing and willing to receive and in other ways assist this mission, I think we should actually put it on the agenda. As far as the clarification from the Secretariat is concerned, my question was actually slightly different. It was not on the attendance at the committee, which of course is precisely as has been provided, but was on the ability to provide assistance to a state party. Is that something the committee can request? Is that something that the center could request? Is that something the state party could ask for? So it was not really about who's attending this committee, and of course but really on the sources of advice and assistance, especially in situations where a state party may be cramped for time. But that apart, I accept the explanation. And I would suggest that we actually add, if we decide to refer, a specific provision, as we have done to Croatia, in the case of Croatia, and in the case of India, both proposals where there was conceptual distance, and incidentally, which all happened to be in some way forts or the other, to provide for that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, India, for that articulation. Can I give the floor back to Colombia? Colombia, you have the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente. Yo lo que creería es que el embajador de India se está refiriendo al artículo 17 de los guidelines, que efectivamente dice que cuando hay dudas en la opinión, se puede pedir a un third party su recomendación. No sé si me equivoco, pero creo que eso es lo que se está refiriendo. Bueno, entonces me equivoco. Entonces hago mi comentario. Simplemente un comentario. Me da la impresión que en esta sesión, desde ayer y hoy, hemos estado cambiando los guidelines. Es posible hacerlo, es posible que tengamos la discusión, vamos a tener la discusión en estos días, pero hasta donde yo entiendo, defer es con misión, refer es sin misión. Si estamos creando un nuevo vehículo, pues entonces deberíamos crearlo y defer pierde su... Es simplemente una pregunta, si lo estamos cambiando, cambiémoslo, pero hasta donde están los guidelines, defer es con misión y refer es sin misión y es de un menor tiempo. Gracias.
I want us to go to the adoption of this question. Let me give Ethiopia a chance. Ethiopia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just did not want to intervene because already it was clear where we were being lenient at. But I just want to comment in a close follow-up to what has been commented by Colombia. I think the other day we have considered letting mission to support state party while it was a referral. So why not in this case? And if need be, we assume the Russian Federation in those scope of 3 years, they can manage the assignments we are giving. If need be, on a special case, there could be a mission in support. So what if we come to a consensus of referral and give the Russian Federation a chance to come up with some strong nomination in the future? Thank you.
Thank you, Ethiopia. Colombia, you want, I don't want a dialogue. You have the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente. Y no pienso convertir esto en un diálogo, pero simplemente en el caso que se aceptó referral con una misión es porque algún valor universal se había dado, autenticidad, integridad, algo se había definido. Eso fue lo que definimos. Si queremos ser consistentes, el caso de Alemania, donde era no inscripción, se le dio defer. Entonces, si tratamos de ser consistentes, si hay una criteria aceptada, algún valor universal que se pueda tener, se hace refer con misión, es lo que hemos venido haciendo. Pero para ser consistentes sería defer. Gracias.
Thank you, Colombia, for that. Can I give floor to Mr. Rao to give the clarification to the one of the questions that came from the floor? You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to India for precising the question. The response that I gave was in respect to advisory capacity of intergovernmental and non-governmental organizations assisting the committee in an advisory committee, capacity. And I presume you are, questioning the ability of other organizations to be able to provide advice to the committee. For assisting in the implementation of programs and projects, there is a provision in the convention and in the operational guidelines, that's paragraph 38, but it deals with the assisting in the implementation of programs and projects. That's the exact language. Now, whether or not the evaluation of nominations or development of nominations comprise programs and projects is a question that the committee needs to interpret. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rao. Delegates, I notice the majority of the committee members are supporting the Indian proposal to refer this site. Therefore, I would like us to adopt paragraph 2 as amended. Therefore, Ethiopia, you have the floor.
Just an inclusion of Ethiopia in the referral. We support Indian.
Now you are making the parties to be 14 supporting the Indian proposal. Therefore, the whole of paragraph 2, Ethiopia.
Sorry for coming back again. I'm supporting Indian Ethiopia. Now it's okay.
You are there. You are there. You are number 14. I counted. Therefore, paragraph 2 adopted. Rapporteur, move us to the last paragraph.
Actually, with the proposed amendment of the delegation of India, we wouldn't have a paragraph 3, Mr. Chairman, because it's proposed for deletion.
I want us to agree if parties support the deletion. India, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I'm open to either, when you delete paragraph 3, which could be a separate paragraph which, let me say, conveys the fact of the state party, the possibility of the state party requesting a mission. It could be in either place. I leave it to the rapporteur, but that's something that we do have. So either we go with the language that was used in other cases, or we could have a new paragraph.
Thank you, India. I have France. France, you have the floor.
Non, c'était exactement pour faire la même proposition que le délégué de l'Inde. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, France. Can I go to the rapporteur to assist with the language if we have to reconstruct that paragraph 3? Rapporteur?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that what the delegates of India and France are asking is to have more or less the same language as we had with the side of Croatia, and we discussed yesterday. The text that we approved yesterday read as follows. Also recommends the state party to invite a consultative mission by ICOMOS as soon as possible. That was the language we had in this decision. I leave it to the members to decide whether they agree with this or not.
Thank you very much. Who's against that text, the new para 3? We deleted the initial one proposed by India, replacing with the new para 3. I see none. Therefore, the new para 3 adopted. I want us to adopt the whole draft decision 36 com 8b.35. If there are no objections, draft decision 36 com 8b.35 adopted. I was looking around for the Thank you very much. Now we are moving to the next property. State party, Turkey, Neolithic site of Çatalhöyük. Çatalhöyük, I'm like my 4-year-old son trying to pronounce my grandfather's name. Çatalhöyük. Çatalhöyük. Thank you very much for those lessons. I now invite ICOMOS to present the details of the proposed nomination of Çatalhöyük of Turkey. ICOMOS, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. The Neolithic site of Çatalhöyük. Çatalhöyük comprises 2 large Neolithic tells. Excavations revealed 18 levels of Neolithic occupation dating from 7,400 to 6,200 BC and provided important evidence of prehistoric social organization and cultural practices as humans adopted to sedentary life and agriculture. The property is located on the Konya Plain on the southern edge of the Anatolian Plateau. It comprises an area of 37 hectares surrounded by a buffer zone of 110 hectares. The excavation area is divided into the western mound, in which several trenches have been dug, and the eastern mound with two main excavation areas covered by shelters. The so-called 4040 shelter on the northern excavation of the east, such as the so-called 4040 or 4040 shelter on the northern excavation of the east mound. Only about 10% of the overall site have been excavated. The excavations underneath the northern shelter have exposed houses grouped in small clusters with wall paintings and lime-based plasters. The preserved Neolithic remains clearly show the house plans and arrangements and contain images of humans, raptors, and wild animals in narrative hunting scenes. Some houses also show oven hearths and plastered fort, while others have relief structures modeled into the walls, or wild bullhorn installations and bucrania. Further evidences of decoration are these geometric designs or wall plaster and wet wall paint finds. The site contains both single and shared burials, most of which were beneath the house floors and platforms. Over 400 of these burials have been excavated. Also, the southern excavation area has been sheltered for protection of the Neolithic remains. The southern excavation was conducted in the 1960s and revealed the stacked sequence of housing in different layers, which provided evidence to a continuous cultural tradition. Some of the houses have collapsed or show traces of the impact of fires, you see here. Like to the north of the property, also the houses in the southern excavation area included plastered ovens and hearths, and integrate decorative wall paintings and Neolithic burials. The future scientific potential of the site remains immense. In the ICOMOS graphic overview, you see that ICOMOS considered the outstanding universal value of the property, including authenticity and integrity, justified. ICOMOS experts were able to consider the property comparatively on the basis of the organization's shared expertise and confirmed that the site does justify selection on the World Heritage List and demonstrates criteria 3 and 4. ICOMOS considers that the boundaries of the property and the buffer zone, as well as the legal protection, are adequate. The present conservation of the site is acceptable, but ICOMOS considers that a regular annual budget for conservation and maintenance needs to be established and a responsible agency for the keeping of documentation and inventories be named. ICOMOS notes that a management plan exists since 2004, but that this is not related to the outstanding universal value proposed and is currently being revised. The revised management plan is announced to be completed and adopted by the end of 2012. Following the request for additional information on local responsibilities by ICOMOS, the Turkish authorities have named the director of the Konya Museum as site manager. The day-to-day management and monitoring of the site is done by staff of the Çatalhöyük Research Project, which is a temporary project funded by foreign agencies and conducted by foreign archaeological teams. ICOMOS considers that the management is strongly based on these and that at present no local professionals were based on site. The long tradition of international team study has also influenced the archival records, and it is not clear where and how central site archives will be established in the future. In conclusion, ICOMOS recommends that the nomination of the Neolithic site of Çatalhöyük be referred back to the State Party to allow it to revise the management involvement of local authorities and complete the management plan, and to identify the future regular funding provisions for conservation and maintenance. ICOMOS further recommends to expand the monitoring indicators and define, beside the Çatalhöyük research project, local entities responsible for the keeping of inventories and documentation on the property. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you, ICOMOS, for this explanation, and I now invite state parties to express their comments on this nomination and to adopt the draft decision concerning this property. I now open the floor. I recognize Colombia. Colombia, you have the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente. Agradecemos la información que nos dio ICOMOS. Como es obvio, cumplen los criterios 3 y 4 y las condiciones de autenticidad e integridad. El valor universal es obvio. Es el mayor asentamiento, consideramos con nuestros expertos que es el mayor asentamiento urbano del periodo neolítico y el calcolítico en el cercano oriente. El Estado parte, entendemos que ya cumplió con los aspectos que se le pedían en las recomendaciones, por lo tanto nosotros quisiéramos pedir la inscripción de este sitio que creemos que es de una importancia extraordinaria. Quisiéramos darle la palabra al Estado parte para que nos pudiera dar información sobre una de las recomendaciones que fue asegurar los fondos para la conservación del sitio. Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Colombia. I give the floor to India.
Thank you, Chair. This is one of the more joyful moments in this meeting. The ICOMOS inputs which are available to us confirm outstanding universal value, satisfaction of inscription criteria, integrity, authenticity, adequate boundaries. There's more than enough to inscribe. But Chair, I would like to bring to your notice that this is momentous. You actually have a site that is probably have a site that is the first of its kind, the first urban settlement. You know, as we sit in these mega cities, these beautiful cities, we must remember that this is the first example of an organized urban settlement that we have come to date. I also would like to bring to your notice, Chair, that this is probably the first map in the history of mankind, meaning cartography in some senses goes back, and I would be happy to get a clarification on this, because I think it's important to realize what we are doing. It is not that this is aspirational, that this site or this country or the member state is seeking World Heritage status. I think the World Heritage list must have this site. It's the other way around. Without this, you're incomplete. And this is the first of its kind, the first urban settlement, the first map, the first evidence that we have. So I would urge that we go straight to inscription. As far as the additional information, I am completely satisfied with the information provided by the state party, that adequate funds, and I believe that adequate funds have been provided. There is a system of a regular budget. There is a system of management, monitoring, and maintenance. I really see no reason for delaying inscription on this, and I would urge that this be something that the World Heritage list would do very well to have on its listing. Just as an aside, I was partly mystified by one of the requests of ICOMOS for identifying or confirming the visual integrity or potential visual integrity of the site. Now, I spent a large part of the night thinking of a mound below the ground and how you would get visual authenticity on that. But that apart, I think we should not be distracted from the inscription. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Algeria, floor is yours.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. L'Algérie se félicite de ce capital du patrimoine mondial et félicite l'État partie de la Turquie d'avoir proposé un site préhistorique dans la liste du patrimoine mondial. Nous avons été particulièrement interpellés, scientifiquement parlant, par l'importance et la qualité de ce site néolithique établi en un endroit particulier en Turquie, en Anatolie, en dehors de la sphère classique de la naissance de la sédentarité de l'agriculture, de croissance fertile. Les données et informations, les vestiges, les résultats d'analyse qui sont à notre niveau, donc que l'État partie nous a livrés et que l'ICOMOS a si brillamment présenté, notamment la permanence de l'occupation sur 18 niveaux d'occupation, 2 millénaires d'occupation, une séquence qui nous permet de percevoir comment nous sommes passés de la chasse à la cueillette à la sédentarité et à l'agriculture. Je ne pense pas qu'il faille rechercher de comparaison. Il suffirait tout simplement de se référer à la bibliographie des travaux néolithiques pour s'en convaincre. Donc je rejoins la proposition donc, de l'Inde pour inscrire immédiatement ce site. Merci.
Dear colleagues, may I pose the other question? So before I give the floor to the state party to answer the questions, are anybody against such approach like India proposed? Because we have a lot of sites ahead. Are there anybody who oppose such approach for inscription? I see nobody, so may I give the floor to the state party. State party, Turkey, please, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mrs. Chairperson. The evaluation report prepared by ICOMOS and the World Heritage Center establishes that the Neolithic site of Çatalhöyük possesses outstanding universal value, satisfies two inscription criteria, and meets the conditions of integrity and authenticity. The report considers that the boundaries of the property, the buffer zone, and the legal protection in place are adequate. As specified in the report, the Turkish authorities concerned have committed themselves to complete, approve, and implement the management plan by December 2012. We have already conveyed to the World Heritage Center and ICOMOS the framework of the management plan, which identifies inter alia key stakeholders in the management planning process. Lastly, the Turkish government declared officially on 14th June in written form that the long-term financial security for the conservation and maintenance of the site is under the full responsibility and protection of the state on the basis of Article 63 of the Turkish Constitution. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your very clear explication. And now I would like ICOMOS to react to these explications. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. Perhaps just a brief comment to the explications which were also included in the additional information that was sent on the completion of the management plan, and we've already included this information in our report. In terms of the funding, we note that the state party considers this a constitutional duty, and we have never doubted this fact. Our suggestion was more related to the fact that a specific budget is attributed to the site on an annual basis in order to allow for further planning in terms of continuous conservation and maintenance. Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you very much. So all explications are clear, so I propose to move straight to the resolution. Please, reporter, floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have received amendments asking for description of this site from the delegations of Algeria, United Arab Emirates, Qatar, and Ethiopia. And this document was distributed yesterday for your consideration as well. I just want to have some comments on the text that you are going to see in the screen, and which have some discrepancies from what you receive in paper. First of all, on paragraph 2, you have to add the words "takes note of." Now you have it in the screen, but not in your paper, I repeat. Then we should include also on paragraph 3 the adoption of the following provisional statement of OUE. As long as this is also work in progress, this provisional statement was provided by ICOMOS, but still some things need to be revised. And also to mention that after the distribution of this document, we receive also a proposal from Estonia of a new paragraph 5, by which, then you have it on the screen, request the state party to submit by 1st February 2013 a report of the financial strategy for the conservation and maintenance of the property, as well as other things. So basically, Madam Chairman, you could proceed adopting paragraph by paragraph.
I see Russian Federation. Do you have any questions or you want to add something?
Спасибо, уважаемая госпожа председатель. Я просто хотел объявить о том, что мы хотели бы, чтобы нас включили в число соавторов данной поправки.
Thank you very much. So now we move straight to the adoption. So, paragraph 1. France? No? You have the floor? Paragraph 1.
They want the floor. No?
Paragraph 1. Are any objections? I see none. Adopted. France, I don't understand. You want to take the floor or not?
Oui, mais pour le paragraphe 2, excusez-moi. Oui, alors écoutez, j'ai simplement une interrogation à propos des critères, parce que le critère 4, comme nous le savons bien, vise un exemple de type de construction. Et j'avoue que dans le site en question, j'ai du mal à m'imaginer ce que cela représente, alors que justement le critère 5 vise un exemple d'établissement humain, et pour ce que je connais du site par la littérature, il me semble que c'est plus approprié. Déjà, j'avais un peu hésité au moment de l'adoption du site suédois, qui a été mis sur le critère 5, alors que les fermes me semblaient plutôt des types de construction. Mais bon, voilà, je m'en tiens là.
Thank you very much. Maybe ICOMOS clarify this point for us.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. Criterion 4 was indeed what had been proposed by the state party and accepted by ICOMOS, and what we recognize is this earliest form of urban planning characterized by streetless neighborhoods and dwellings with roof accesses to the individual houses, representing a highly circumscribed distribution of activity areas and features according to a clear spatial order aligned according to cardinal directions. And this is the typology of earliest urban planning that we recognized in this criterion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Algeria?
L'ICOMOS vient de
Anna? Okay. Thank you very much, France.
Je pense que la planification urbaine ne répond pas exactement à la définition de type de construction, enfin, à ma compréhension. Merci.
Thank you very much. Qatar?
أعتقد نحن هنا أمام ثورة معمارية كاملة. هذا الموقع واحد من مواقع لا تتجاوز أصابع اليد الواحدة. نحن أمام تنظيم معماري يصل إلى مستوى المدينة والمعابد الأولى والهندسة المعمارية الأولى، ولا جدال. هذا الكريتيريا ينطبق تماما على هذا الموقع أكثر من أي موقع آخر من ذلك العصر.
Thank you very much, Algeria.
Moi, je voudrais ajouter un complément. Il s'agit évidemment de structures d'habitat domestique de type archéologique et de répartition de biens physiques donc sur ces niveaux d'occupation. Merci.
Thank you very much. So, as I see, France agrees with the arguments. So, we move on. As I propose that paragraph 2, like it is amended, inscribes the Neolithic site of Çatalhöyük, Turkey, on the World Heritage List on the basis of criteria 3 and 4 and takes note of the state party's written commitment for the future finding on the site, as well as for finalization of the management plan by December 2012. Are any objection to this paragraph? Rapporteur, please.
Yes, Madam Chairperson, sorry to intervene at this stage, but maybe for consistency on the way that the decisions are drafted, maybe the committee could consider to take this second part of the paragraph as at a later stage as an individual paragraph. Maybe we could, maybe I can propose to have it as new paragraph 4.
So as I understand, yes, you propose to divide this in 2 paragraphs. Okay, so go back to the paragraph 2. Are you agree to adopt the paragraph 2 like it is amended? I see no objection, adopted. So paragraph 3 adopts the declaration, the following provisional statement of outstanding universal value, and then it's ICOMOS text. Are any objections? I see none, so adopted. So we now move to the paragraph 4, takes note of the state party's written commitment for the future finding of the site, as well as the finalization of its management plan by December 2012. Are anybody against this paragraph or have some objection? I see none, so adopted. Paragraph 5, it stays like it was proposed in the original text. So are any objections to adopt this paragraph? I see none, so adopted. Paragraph 5 requests the state party to submit by the 1st February 2013 a report on the financial strategy for the conservation and maintenance of the property, as well as on the finalization and implementation of the new management plan to be examined by the committee and its 37th session in 2013. Are any objections? India, please, you take the floor.
It's not a substantive objection, but since we've already taken note of the state party's commitment, this is either redundant or unnecessary or both. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In my opinion, yes, we put our sites every year and then we have no time to work. So maybe we put it in 2014 or take off this amendment. Switzerland, please. Floor is yours.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Nous avons proposé cet amendement aussi dans le souci d'une égalité de traitement avec les autres candidatures qui avaient aussi encore quelque chose à faire. Je vous rappelle que le plan de gestion de la Turquie n'est pas encore formellement adopté, et que ça va se faire à la fin de l'année 2012, et que c'est pour ça que nous insistons sur ce paragraphe. Il faut aussi se rappeler que normalement, si on voulait vraiment suivre les règles à la lettre, ce manque de gestion serait en renvoi. On a décidé de vouloir inscrire cette candidature maintenant, et c'est pour cette raison qu'on ajoute et qu'on a ajouté déjà à d'autres candidatures systématiquement ce paragraphe à la fin. Merci Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much. So are any objections to this paragraph proposed by Switzerland? I see none. So adopted. And now we have to adopt the whole decision. It's decision 36.8b.36 is adopted as amended. Thank you very much and congratulations, State Party. So, dear colleagues from Turkey, floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. First and foremost, I should like to thank the Russian presidency for this beautiful venue and also for the generous hospitality and also smooth and efficient conduct of this meeting. I would also like to express our gratitude to the distinguished members of the committee for their constructive approach to this file. Çatalhöyük provides a unique testimony to a moment of Neolithic in which the first agrarian settlements were established in central Anatolia and developed over centuries from villages to urban centers. The comparatively large size, length of occupation and artificial production in Çatalhöyük is noteworthy. In this regard, we are also grateful to ICOMOS and the World Heritage Center for their detailed evaluation. We appreciate the recommendations in the resolution, which will be incorporated in our preparatory work for the management plan. Turkey will continue to work in close consultation and coordination with ICOMOS and the World Heritage Center for the conservation and maintenance of this site. We believe the inscription of this Neolithic site on the World Heritage List will contribute to the enrichment of the collective memory of mankind. As a last note, I would like to inform you that we have more than 10,000 archaeological sites in Turkey, and currently we have more than 170 excavations going on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and congratulations, State Party. Dear colleagues, now we move on to the other site. It's Kyiv St. Sophia Cathedral with related monastic buildings, St. Cyril's and St. Andrew's churches, Kyiv-Pечерsk Lavra, extension, Ukraine. So, ICOMOS, floor is yours.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Kiev, cathédrale Sainte-Sophie et ensemble des bâtiments monastiques, église Saint-Cyril et Saint-André et l'or de Kievo-Pечерsk. La recommandation est dans le document 8B, page 37 en français, page 34 en anglais. Suivant. Il s'agit d'une proposition d'extension différée par la 34e session du comité en 2010 pour permettre à l'État partie de revoir et de clarifier 11 points et de suivre 5 recommandations complémentaires. Outre une série de définitions du bien et de gestion technique, il s'agissait notamment de clarifier les textes et les responsabilités d'application de la protection des différentes composantes du bien et de ses zones tampons, de mettre en place un système unique de gestion associant les différents partenaires des biens suivants, de mettre en place un plan de gestion unifié concernant les biens, les zones tampons et la protection paysagère de Kiev, métropole orthodoxe, de s'attacher par sa mise en œuvre à résoudre les problèmes de développement urbain non régulé déjà reconnus et soulignés à plusieurs reprises, y compris par l'examen du rapport de conservation dans le présent comité. Suivant. En complément de la cathédrale Sainte-Sophie et de la laure de Kievo-Pечерsk, les deux églises Saint-Cyril et Saint-André témoignent de l'importance historique et spirituelle de la ville de Kiev dans le développement de la chrétienté d'Orient. En termes de biens culturels, il s'agit de 2 monuments. Suivant. L'église Saint-André, zone 3 en bleu sur la carte, est située en limite de la zone tampon actuelle de la cathédrale Sainte-Sophie, déjà inscrite, à l'extrémité d'un plateau qui surplombe la vallée du Dniepr. L'église Saint-Cyril, zone 4 en bleu, en haut de la carte, est un monument à part du bien déjà inscrit, à 4,5 km au nord-ouest de Sainte-Sophie. Suivant. L'église Saint-Cyril est construite sur un promontoire. Le bien reprend pour l'instant les limites de la proposition antérieure. Une nouvelle délimitation est annoncée, plus conforme à la recommandation du comité, afin de tenir compte de l'ancien monastère. mais elle doit être confirmée. Suivant. L'église Saint-Cyril a été conçue au XIIe siècle en tant qu'église fortifiée, offrant une possibilité de défense avancée de la cité médiévale de Kiev. Suivant. Suite aux dévastations médiévales et à une histoire complexe, des réparations et des restaurations sont repérables à compter du XVIIe siècle. Suivant. Les parties hautes de l'édifice, les façades, les toitures et le dôme ont été reconstruits au XVIIIe siècle, donnant à l'église l'apparence extérieure d'un monument de cette période. Suivant. L'intérieur actuel de l'église a conservé le plan et la structure architecturale initiale, bien repérables, notamment dans les parties basses. Suivant. Elle dispose d'un vaste ensemble de près de 2400 mètres carrés de peinture murale, dont environ 800 mètres carrés remontent à la décoration initiale du XIIe siècle. Suivant. Les restaurations postérieures et les ajouts ont recherché la continuité thématique et la continuité stylistique des originaux, tout en apportant des rehaussements de couleurs. Suivant. Un monastère a été associé à l'église Saint-Cyril au XVIIIe siècle, puis il a été transformé en hôpital, ce qui a entraîné de nombreuses démolitions et reconstructions souvent médiocres en termes d'architecture, notamment au XXe siècle. Suivant. L'église Saint-André et ses abords immédiats forment le second bien proposé en extension. L'extension de la zone tampon aux pentes qui enserrent le bien, au nord et au nord-est et à l'est, n'a pas été faite, alors que d'importants travaux techniques et de déboisement les ont affectés récemment. Suivant. Construite au milieu du XVIIIe siècle par l'impératrice Élisabeth, l'église est proche d'un plan carré. Elle est toutefois plus haute que large et elle s'enfonce dans un important stylobate. Suivant. L'église Saint-André témoigne d'un style architectural baroque venu d'Europe occidentale et appliqué aux églises orthodoxes ukrainiennes. Ils forment un style mixte, ici remarquablement homogène et bien conservé. Suivant. Le décor intérieur est également caractéristique d'un style baroque mixte. Il est complété de stucs dorés, de peintures et de sculptures sur bois. Suivant. Les recommandations d'un meilleur contrôle des pratiques religieuses de l'usage des cierges n'ont pas été régulées et une menace existe sur le patrimoine peint. Suivant. Afin de tenter de stabiliser les soubassements de l'église, d'importants travaux ont été effectués récemment sur les contreforts de la colline. Ceux-ci ont été déboisés. Suivant. Les abords immédiats de l'église et ses voies d'accès sont envahis par des cabanes de commerce et des stationnements non régulés. Suivant. La rue principale qui jouxte l'église est l'objet d'importants programmes immobiliers qui menacent son intégrité visuelle. Suivant. Le panorama général de la ville de Kiev, métropole spirituelle historique, est directement affecté par d'importants immeubles en cours de construction. Il apparaît qu'un projet de construction ou de reconstruction sur des bases très hypothétiques d'une église d'allure ancienne existe dans le périmètre immédiat de Saint-Cyril. Suivant. Les conditions d'intégrité visuelle des deux édifices sont compromises par les nombreux projets de développement non ou mal contrôlés dans leur environnement immédiat ou dans les zones tampons. Leur authenticité est par contre acceptable. L'analyse comparative est également acceptable, les lacunes antérieures étant été comblées. Les deux églises proposées comme extension témoignent de l'essor religieux de Kiev comme métropole orthodoxe et elles complètent de manière significative la valeur universelle exceptionnelle du bien déjà inscrit et elles renforcent les critères 1, 2, 3 et 4 déjà démontrés. Suivant. Il est toutefois nécessaire de clarifier la situation des limites du bien, notamment à Saint-Cyril, comme des zones tampons. L'ICOMOS réitère la recommandation d'envisager de créer une zone tampon au nord et à l'est de l'église Saint-André. La protection légale est en cours d'évolution positive, mais certaines garanties et clarifications sur les textes comme sur les organismes en charge de les appliquer doivent être apportées. Le rôle d'instruction des projets de construction dans la zone tampon par le ministère de la Culture doit être garanti et son pouvoir suspensif clairement confirmé. La conservation architecturale et décorative du bien est assurée convenablement, mais il serait souhaitable de présenter le programme de préservation du bien étendu de manière détaillée avec un calendrier de mise en œuvre. Le projet de reconstruction visant à répliquer un édifice du XVIIIe siècle à l'église Saint-Cyril est à proscrire. La situation nouvelle de regroupement sous la tutelle unique du ministère de la Culture met fin au dualisme de la gestion du bien. Toutefois, l'ICOMOS réitère ses inquiétudes quant à la gestion de la zone tampon et à la gestion du panorama du bien, qui n'ont pas été contrôlés de manière satisfaisante ces dernières années. Il est également nécessaire d'améliorer l'accueil des touristes à l'extérieur des biens, notamment à Saint-André. Suivant, l'ICOMOS, en conséquence, recommande que la proposition d'extension soit différée afin de permettre à l'État partie de répondre aux lacunes et aux insuffisances indiquées. Suivant, elles sont résumées dans les 9 points et les 6 recommandations complémentaires actuellement projetées à l'écran. Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues. So we didn't receive any amendments to this draft decision. So are anybody who wants to take the floor? If not, we will go straight to the draft decision. Russian Federation, Serbia. Russian Federation, floor is yours.
Благодарю вас, уважаемая госпожа председатель. Изучив проект решения о расширении объекта Киев, собой Святой Софии и прилегающие монастырские сооружения Киевской Печерской лавры, мы считаем, что рекомендация КАМОС отложить номинацию является несколько категоричной. Тем более, принимая во внимание, что речь идет всего лишь о расширении объекта. Прошу вас вспомнить, что буквально недавно мы уже рассматривали пункт, посвященный этому же объекту, и тогда, в принятом ранее комитетом решении 36-й сессии 7Б-90, уже сформулированы рекомендации государству-члену относительно сохранения этого объекта. В этом же решении были определены направления в плане усовершенствования мер по сохранению данного объекта. Таким образом, многие рекомендации в проекте рассматриваемого решения уже нашли отражение в принятом решении в пункте 7Б настоящей сессии, и это надо учитывать. Что касается направления миссии, то, учитывая финансовые последствия, а также то, что речь по сути идет об одном и том же объекте, можно было бы объединить задачи в одну миссию на данный объект, который государство-член Конвенции ожидает до конца текущего года, согласно принятому решению в пункте 7Б. В этой связи мы считаем целесообразным, чтобы проект принимаемого решения содержал рекомендацию не откладывать номинацию, а направить номинацию на доработку, referral, и подготовить включение Кирилловской и Андреевской церквей в Киеве уже к следующей 37-й сессии КВН. Приглашаем страны-члены рассмотреть возможность такого решения. Спасибо.
Thank you very much, Serbia.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Having heard the ICOMOS report and after a serious examination of the draft decision introduced, Serbian delegation, including our experts, fully support the proposal just introduced and explained by distinguished delegates of the Russian Federation, including all aspects and starting by not to defer but to refer. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Germany, floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Germany appreciates the intended extension of the Kiev World Heritage Site. However, I still have in mind the discussion of the site during the last week under the topic SOC reports. We were discussing to list the site on the World Heritage in danger. Therefore, Germany is in favor to stick to the draft decision as it stands. We should come back to an extension when the problems are adequately addressed or better solved. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Estonia, floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Estonia congratulates the Ukraine on the improvements made in this nomination. The values of St. Cyril's and St. Andrew's churches have been adequately demonstrated, but like Germany, the development pressures of the buffer zone of the already inscribed part of the site were discussed under the State of Conservation reports a few days ago, and rightly mentioned that there was a threat of being listed under the in the danger list. So, unfortunately, the same issues are relevant to the proposed extension as well. So, therefore, we would like to grant the state party the opportunity to deal with these questions before extending the site, so we support the deferral. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colombia.
Gracias, señora presidenta. Quiero apoyar las posiciones de Alemania y Estonia. Creemos igualmente que debemos darle tiempo al Estado parte para que lidie con esta situación. Gracias.
Thank you very much, Switzerland.
Merci Madame Madame la Présidente. La Suisse soutient aussi l'Allemagne, l'Estonie et la Colombie et est d'avis qu'il faut différer cette candidature pour les mêmes raisons qui ont très clairement été discutées et présentées déjà lors des dernières discussions. Merci Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much. Serbia, I see you want to take the floor once more.
Sorry, Madam Chairperson, but before we give to the state party time, at least my delegation would like to give them today the opportunity to answer to some questions raised during our discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. State party, floor is yours. Ukraine, floor is yours.
Спасибо, госпожа председатель. Мы хотели бы поблагодарить всех, кто поддержал предложение о перенесении рассмотрения вопроса на следующий год, и сказать только вкратце, что уже до конца этого года будет принят генплан, где будут отрегулированы вопросы регулирования буферной зоны, о чем мы уже говорили 2 дня назад. Просто хотели бы напомнить об этом. До тоже конца 2012 года будет отработан план управления объектом, и мы будем работать над всеми замечаниями, которые мы получили и в рамках принятого решения 7Б-90 и других рекомендаций комитета и сопутствующих органов. И на 2013 год у нас уже готов специальный финансовый план по объекту и по проведению работ на объекте. Также до конца этого года будут разработаны стратегические программы исследования и сохранения этого объекта. То есть мы готовы будем до 1 февраля 2013 года, согласно решению 7Б-90, представить полный отчет и ту информацию, которая не была, к сожалению, учтена при подготовке этого проекта решения. Поэтому мы бы все-таки просили поддержать членов комитета высказанное Российской Федерации предложение о том, чтобы государство имело возможность уже в следующем году предоставить. Спасибо большое.
You can't express your opinion, what is better or not, deferral or referral. Thank you very much. So, dear colleagues, let's move to the decision. As I understand that we have 2 proposals to go to referral. It's Russian Federation and Serbia, and the majority expressed is for deferral. Let's go to the decision.
Yes, Madam Chairperson, we are examining decision 36-8B41. It is composed of 4 paragraphs, the original version, and as we said, we didn't receive formal amendments. Now it's up to the committee to decide on the deferral or the referral, but if the committee decides on the referral, we will have, of course, to make adjustments to the rest of the decision, Madam Chairperson.
So the other members of the committee, please express your opinion, because I'm in a little bit difficult situation. Because for the moment, the majority of the countries who took the floor is for deferral, to stick with the decision which is proposed by ICOMOS. Are there any further proposal for referral? I see none. So now we go to the original decision, which is proposed, defers the examination of the proposed extension of Kiev Sophia, St. Sophia Cathedral and related monastic buildings, Kiev-Pechersk Lavra, to include St. Cyril's and St. Andrew's churches, Ukraine, to the World Heritage List in order to allow the state party with the advice of ICOMOS and the World Heritage Center if requested to. And who has objection to this? I see no objection, so adopted. So we go further to the point 3. Paragraph 3, you see in the screen. Are any objections to paragraph 3? I see no objection, adopted. So paragraph 4, are any objections to the paragraph 4 of the decision? I see none, adopted. So it's all, and now we have to adopt the whole decision. Decision 36.8b. Point 41 is adopted. Thank you very much. So, dear colleagues, we finally finished with the cultural sites. And before we move on to the natural sites, I would like to remind you that we're still pending the decision on the item 7.23, which contains 2 draft decisions. One of the old city of Jerusalem and its walls, and the second one on the Mugrabi Ascent.
It's not yet been
Excuse me, my dear friends, because I have 2 contradictional because it is not distributed, as I understand, to you. Yes. Okay, so we move on to straight to the natural sites. And to the natural nominations. No, where is... Thank you very much. So before we start the presentation concerning the natural sites, I will give the floor to ICOMOS, IUCN, excuse me, for a presentation for their evaluation process. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. As ICOMOS made a presentation on their process, we will also do the same, although try to be brief. So next slide, please. This just is a few slides. Firstly, to recall and to remind the committee that in the recommendations that we're providing you, we frame our judgments within the guidance you provide for your work in the operational guidelines, and so our guidance aims to essentially reflect the provisions of the operational guidelines, and this slide reminds us that outstanding universal value, as it is codified in the operational guidelines in paragraphs 77 and 78, has 3 elements that are required for it to be met. Firstly, the meeting of criteria, which is covered by paragraph 77, but also the requirements for integrity and for protection and management being in place at the time of inscription, and those are the provisions of paragraph 78 of the operational guidelines. Next slide, please. Sorry, next slide, please. Sorry, and okay. This slide is also just to recall that outstanding universal value is something that is more than international importance, and that the operational guidelines remind us that the World Heritage List is not simply to inscribe places that are of international importance, but only the most exceptional from a global perspective. And so the challenge we always have is to provide advice to you in the framework of a rigorous global comparative analysis. Next slide, please. This notes what we've consistently informed the committee is the principles that guide our evaluations. Firstly, to provide you with the highest standards of assessment based on an independent expert analysis, which includes field assessment, and to be consistent with the operational guidelines. Secondly, an approach which is founded on partnership with the Centre, with the other advisory bodies, and with our partners in UNEP's World Conservation Monitoring Centre, who provide a great deal of support to our work. Thirdly, the concept of the promotion of World Heritage properties as flagships for global conservation, so the idea that these places should be standard setting within the global network of protected areas. And lastly, to involve a range of other specialist networks in our work. And I'd like to note and acknowledge in particular the support that we get provided through the International Union of Geological Sciences and the International Association of Geomorphologists, who provide guidance to our work. And next slide, please. This is the framework which is given to us in the operational guidelines, which explains the evaluation process, and it's a similar process to that which ICOMOS adopts. So within the program, judgments are formed within a panel established within IUCN, and the panel draws in advice firstly from the field mission, and secondly from a range of external reviews, and alongside that the panel has the role to ensure consistency, to provide a sort of corporate memory of approaches that have been taken, and to ensure through the processes of engagement we have proper consultation through that process with all of the components that one could consider to be under the label of the state party. That would be the state itself, but also the national and local authorities, local communities, non-governmental organisations and other stakeholders that are relevant in each case. And with the next slide, please, we took the point well in the discussion that followed the ICOMOS evaluation that this framework, which has been in the operational guidelines for a long time, longer than I've been working on the convention, doesn't actually mention or make very clear the sort of interactions that are held within that process that one could call the partnership and the communication with the state party. So I've just added for the first time following the debate after the ICOMOS presentation, and perhaps it would be helpful to think about ways to bring this sort of understanding into the guidelines, some of the areas where, or I guess I would say the main areas where we interact with the state party. So firstly, we exchange information with the state party before we go to the field mission. If there are questions and issues that arise when we review the nomination, we may raise questions to the state party at that point, whilst we're also framing the mission itself. The mission is obviously a key point of interaction with the state party, who in fact initiate the agenda for every field mission, and then we review and discuss with the state party whether that we think that is going to enable us to see everything that we think we need to see. And lastly, as I think will also become clear in the presentations we will make, there are extensive possibilities for exchange, but very much depending on the nomination and the certainty with which we feel it can be evaluated following the field mission. So we may have interactions with the state party between the field mission and between the first meeting of our panel. We may have interactions with the state party after the first meeting of our panel, where we may request supplementary information, and before we close our evaluation process, normally in March or April. That process is entirely constrained by a statutory date that you provide to us in the operational guidelines of the 28th of February. So on the 28th of February, the guidelines tell us we draw a very firm line, and no information that we receive after the 28th of February can be provided in our commentaries to you. And we will note one or two examples in the evaluations we've dealt with where we've been able to also have some additional interactions this year, really in the spirit of the upstream process with states parties, which in one instance included quite a substantial technical meeting where we were able to share some of the concerns and issues related to one of the nominations. We also respond in that process to states in a way which is very, very varied from state party to state party. So in some instances we have a lot of interaction, questions and issues are raised, and in other states parties don't choose to do that, but we're extremely open to that sort of process. Next slide, please. This is, I think, the last slide I have, which is just really to note some points which struck me in reflecting on the lessons learned from this year. The first is that I think we have, as hopefully the last slide outlines, tried to really think about ways to engage in communication and dialogue with state parties during the nomination process, but within a process which is constrained greatly, firstly, by time, and secondly, by the requirements of the operational guidelines in terms of how we work. And it is ultimately an evaluation process for you as the committee. It is not an evaluation process at this stage that is directed to the nominating state party. And as I made clear in an earlier intervention, we are not permitted, for instance, to tell the state party what we've concluded before we tell the committee at this stage. A second note is that some nominations in our instance, at least two that were withdrawn, clearly didn't meet the requirements for inscription, in our view, in relation to natural criteria. And I think this again is a very good example of the importance of the upstream process, because those types of situations really we should be working to avoid, because they help nobody, and we should find a way to engage much earlier. I know that item will be discussed later in the agenda. Thirdly, I think in one clear and perhaps two other cases this year, we have situations where we can see proposals that were referred when we had recommended deferral, where we've had then quite significant difficulties in being able to move forward in both providing the adequate response to the state party and provide the sort of guidance and advice that you are looking for. And lastly, I'd like to note that we've been reflecting, partly because of a question that arose over an inscription last year, on our means to consult adequately with communities in relation to their rights, and particularly in relation to indigenous groups. We've just completed an independent review of our evaluation process, which we've commissioned to look at ways in which we could both strengthen our process and also the reports that we provide to you. And we will be introducing some tailoring of the existing process to address the findings of that review during this year. And that will be a matter which we will be reflecting on significantly at IUCN's World Conservation Congress when we meet together in September of this year. Next slide, please, which I think is the last one. So that, Madam Chair, is our introductory presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And before we move to the natural sites, I saw that Observer wants to take the floor. So please introduce yourself, and you have 2 minutes, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm speaking for the International Work Group for Indigenous Affairs. This statement is based on a written submission which was endorsed by over 70 indigenous organizations from around the world. We are presenting it at the occasion of the 40th anniversary. Madam Chair, the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples affirms indigenous peoples' right to development in accordance with their own needs and interests, and their right to participate in decision-making in all matters that affect them. As a UN agency, UNESCO is obliged to promote respect for and full application of this declaration. We are deeply concerned about the lack of respect for the principles of this declaration in the processing of World Heritage nominations. Last year, the committee inscribed the Kenya Lake system, although the local indigenous people had urged the committee to defer the nomination because they had not been consulted. Following the inscription, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights adopted a specific resolution in which it condemns the inscription as a violation of the Endorois people's right to development. Today, we urge the committee to defer the nominations of Western Ghats and Sangha Trinational, because the indigenous peoples concerned still have not been meaningfully involved. In both cases, the indigenous peoples have not even seen the submitted information, as it has not been made public. We want to underline that we're not opposed to the potential listing of the mentioned sites. However, this must only occur with the free, prior, and informed consent of the affected indigenous peoples and through a good faith process. At the occasion of the 40th anniversary, we urge the committee to revise its operational guidelines with a view to ensuring consistency with the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples through a participatory process, to remedy the existing lack of transparency in the implementation of the Convention, and to adopt a decision at this session ensuring that nomination dossiers and monitoring mission reports as well are made publicly available as soon as they are received by UNESCO, so that indigenous peoples and local communities have sufficient time to review these documents and provide input and comments in advance of any decision being taken. We draw attention in this context to the outcome document of the Rio+20 conference adopted last week, in which governments underscored that broad public participation and access to information are essential to the promotion of sustainable development, and that sustainable development requires the meaningful involvement and active participation of indigenous peoples and local communities. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. So now we go straight to the nomination lake of Unyanga, Chad. It's draft decision 36.8.b.7, 8b.7. So IUCN, floor is yours, and try to be a little bit more short in your explanations.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will try, but I want to give credit to the hard work of the State Party, so I will take my time. La évaluation c'est l'évaluation de l'acte d'Unyanga, et vous la trouvez dans la page 5 de la rapport d'évaluation technique de la OICN, la version anglaise et française del document INF AB2. La prochaine image, s'il vous plaît. Le bien proposé, l'acte d'Unyanga comprend 18 lacs interconnectés sur le plan écologique, géologique et hydrologique. Il se situe dans le désert de Sahara, dans le département de Nedi-Ouest, au Tchad. Il couvre une surface totale de 602 088 hectares, un son tampon de 4 869 hectares est établi dans la partie sud-ouest du bien proposé pour améliorer son intégrité, mais elle n'est pas proposée dans le cadre du bien. Prochaine image, s'il vous plaît. Le bien est proposé au titre des critères naturels 7 et 8. Par rapport à la critère 7, le bien proposé est un exemple exceptionnel de lac permanent dans un milieu désertique hyperaride, un phénomène naturel remarquable résultant de la présence d'un aquifère et d'un système hydrologique complexe. Le bien proposé contient aussi toute une gamme de caractéristiques esthétiques frappantes avec les couleurs variées associées aux différents lacs et à leur végétation et la présence de formes topographiques spectaculaires d'un désert naturel contribuant à la beauté naturelle exceptionnelle du passage. La forme et la répartition des lacs, ainsi que les effets produits pour les vents qui déplacent la végétation flottante à la surface de l'eau, donnent l'impression de vagues d'eau flottant dans le désert. La OICN considère que le bien proposé remplit bien ces critères. La prochaine image, s'il vous plaît. La comparaison entre le lac d'Unyanga et des autres biens de patrimoine mondial inscrits à titre de critère 8 ne semble pas démontrer un niveau convaincant de l'importance géologique mondiale du lac d'Unyanga et justifier l'application du critère. D'autres biens, comme la mer de Guaden, offrent des archives scientifiques fondées sur l'évolution de 7 longues périodes de l'Holocène et ont été des sources d'informations scientifiques qui ont influencé les concepts géologiques et la théorie de la sédimentologie. La prochaine, s'il vous plaît. On peut aussi dire que les valeurs géomorphologiques du bien sont reconnues de manière appropriée au titre des critères 7, qui recouvre également la diversité et les aspects esthétiques des biens. En conséquence, la OICN considère qu'actuellement, l'application du critère 8 n'est pas justifiée et que l'application du critère 7 peut justifier de manière appropriée l'inscription sur la liste du patrimoine mondial. Prochain, s'il vous plaît. Les lacs d'Unyanga sont classés comme sites naturels
et toutes les activités qui pourront mettre en danger l'intégrité du site, y compris les activités minières, sont interdites. Le classement au niveau national est proche de la catégorie 3, catégorie de gestion des aires protégées de l'OICN. La protection des biens est adéquate. Toutefois, l'OICN note que la législation protégeant ces sites est très récente et par conséquent, son application n'est pas véritablement pour être testée. La prochaine, s'il vous plaît. La proposition d'inscription d'origine qu'a présentée la bien propose comme un bien inséré car le terrain riant le lac a été considéré comme une zone tampon. Ce problème a rapidement été clarifié pendant la mission d'évaluation de l'OICN. Suite à cette mission, l'État parti soumet une proposition révisée, incluant les terrains connectant les lacs dans le cadre du bien proposé, avec des limites qui suivent la ligne de contour de 450 mètres, qui correspond aux limites de la dépression naturelle où les lacs sont situés. Les limites de la zone tampon ont également été révisées à la suite de la mission d'évaluation. Et bien est suffisamment étendu pour garantir l'intégrité du point de vue visuel. Les limites fournissant aussi une mesure de protection appropriée de l'aspect fonctionnel du système hydrologique souterrain aussi. Prochaine slide, s'il vous plaît. La OICN note la grande volonté exprimée à tous les niveaux de gérer les biens de façon durable. Les autorités régionales et locales, légales aussi que les autorités coutumières, sont également manifestées leur soutien pour assurer un développement durable permettant aux habitants de continuer à vivre selon la tradition tout en profitant de certains bénéfices modernes. Un plan de gestion pour la protection du site est adopté et appliqué par un comité local de gestion. Par la mise en œuvre du plan d'action, un budget annuel était garanti. La prochaine. En conclusion, la OICN recommande que le comité inscrive le lac de Unyanga sur la liste de patrimoine mondial au titre de critère 7. Le projet de décision se trouve en la page 7 de version anglaise et française del document EB. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, the site is for inscription, so we can move directly to the draft decision. Mexico and Colombia, Mexico, floor is yours.
Señora Presidenta, nada más para aclarar, ¿va a haber discusión antes de la decisión? No quisiera interrumpir el proceso. No.
Colombia.
Gracias, señora Presidenta. Es para simplemente que creemos que es sumamente importante resaltar la prohibición de minería con la que se inscribe este sitio. Hemos visto muchos casos en los que la minería es una amenaza. Este comité debería mostrarnos más salidas a la compleja relación que hay entre minería y la protección. Debemos aprender de Chad, pero también se necesita mostrar que haya diálogo entre el sector minero y quienes conservan el patrimonio. Gracias.
Thank you very much. Germany.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Very quickly, we are very, very happy about this outstanding site, and I give to my.
This is for sure one of the most exceptional nominations I followed during the last years. Conservationists working and people living at the Lac d'Unyanga are confronted with an extreme environment and landscape, which already attracted researchers to this desert 150 years ago. And it's in the late 1990s where researchers again discovered this stunning site. Félicitations à l'État parti pour cette nomination qui mérite l'inscription sur le critère 7. Merci.
Thank you very much. May I ask Member States that we move to the adoption of the decision because it's inscription, and then you congratulate the state party with the inscription, please, because we have had a lot of work. If we will not finish to 7 o'clock, so we will extend today our meeting till 8. Floor is yours.
Madam Chairperson, thank you. The committee should revise draft decision 36-8B7 on this site, which basically proposes the inscription of Lake Sunyanga in Chad to the World Heritage List on the basis of criterion 7. The proposed decision is composed of 7 paragraphs, Madam Chairperson, but if the committee, I guess, is for the inscription, you may proceed with the text as a whole.
Thank you very much. We adopt decision 36-8B.7, Lakes of Unyanga, Chad. Adopted. Congratulations for State Party. Dear colleagues, now we move to the other property. Sangha.
You don't give him the speech.
Oh, excuse me. I would like to give this speech to representative of Chad. Please, floor is yours. Dear colleagues from Chad, floor is yours.
Madame la Présidente, vous comprenez mon émotion en tant que ministre de la Culture de la République du Tchad, conduisant cette délégation. Donc, Madame la Présidente, Mesdames, Messieurs les membres du comité, Mesdames, Messieurs, le Tchad, berceau de l'humanité, est honoré de voir son premier site inscrit sur la liste du patrimoine mondial de l'UNESCO. Je profite de l'occasion pour remercier au nom du peuple tchadien et de son gouvernement les experts de l'UNESCO, ceux de l'Union internationale pour la conservation de la nature et les experts indépendants qui ont su, à juste titre, évaluer cette merveille de la nature que sont les lacs d'Unyanga. Nos remerciements sont aussi adressés aux membres du Comité du patrimoine mondial pour avoir approuvé les recommandations de l'UICN. Le gouvernement de la République du Tchad s'engage à mettre en œuvre les recommandations de l'UNESCO afin de préserver et conserver durablement le site des lacs Unyanga au bénéfice de l'humanité tout entière. Encouragé par cette décision d'inscription, le gouvernement de mon pays soutiendra son équipe scientifique afin que d'autres sites soient également inscrits sur cette prestigieuse liste. La prochaine étape concerne une de nos régions appelée Galta d'Arché. Il s'agit également du lac Tchad dont la sauvegarde s'impose pour préserver la vie à la trentaine de millions d'âmes qui vivent du et autour du lac. Pour toutes ces raisons, la recherche paléoclimatologique dans les lacs Unyanga se poursuivront afin de mettre en évidence les autres secrets qui entourent ces fabuleux lacs. Mes félicitations à vous, Madame la Présidente, pour avoir su mener les débats avec diligence et intelligence. J'invite chacun à vous de venir au Tchad pour découvrir cette merveille de la nature et aussi, surtout, découvrir notre ancêtre commun à tous, Toumaï, âgé de 7 millions d'années. Mes remerciements aux autorités de la belle ville de Saint-Pétersbourg pour leur accueil et hospitalité. Mes remerciements surtout et également aux nombreux jeunes volontaires qui n'ont ménagé aucun effort pour rendre notre séjour agréable à Saint-Pétersbourg. Merci à tous. Merci à tous.
Thank you very much, and congratulations with the first site in Chad.
Merci.
Dear colleagues, now we move to the next site, Sangha Trinational, Cameroon, Central African Republic, and Congo. Decision 36.8b.8. IUCN, floor is yours.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Chad, please switch off the microphone.
Go straight to the next one. C'est l'évaluation des trinationales de la Sangha. Vous la pouvez trouver dans la page 39 du rapport d'évaluation technique de la UICN en anglais et dans la page 43 de la version française. La prochaine image, s'il vous plaît. Le trinational de la Sangha, ou TNS, es un complexe transfrontalier consacré à la conservation de la nature, situé dans le nord-ouest du bassin de Congo, à point de rencontre entre la République de Cameroun, la République de Congo et la République centrafricaine. Le site comprend 3 parcs nationaux contigus couvrant une superficie totale de plus de 700 000 hectares. Par comparaison avec la proposition d'origine référée à la 305e session du comité, la nouvelle zone tampon de site est maintenant 4 fois et demi plus grand que la version originale de la nomination. La prochaine, s'il vous plaît. Les valeurs et caractéristiques naturelles du bien proposé comprennent les processus écologiques évolutionnaires en cours dans un paysage forestier essentiellement intact, à très grande échelle, des habitats nombreux et divers tels que des forêts tropicales, une grande diversité de types de zones humides, y compris des forêts marécageuses et des forêts périodiquement inondées, et de nombreux types de clairs forestiers de grande importance pour la conservation. La prochaine, s'il vous plaît. Le trinational de la Sangha est proposé au titre des critères 9 et 10. Les États partis ont décidé de ne pas invoquer le critère 7 qui avait été examiné dans la première proposition. Par rapport à la critère 9, le bien est caractérisé par ses basses dimensions renforcées par une très vaste zone tampon, une perturbation mineure sur de très longues périodes et un caractère intact permettant la poursuite des processus écologiques. La prochaine, s'il vous plaît. Par rapport à critère 10, le bien représente un large spectre de forêts tropicales humides, riches en espèces du bassin du Congo en Afrique centrale. La flore est enrichie par des espèces herbacées que l'on trouve exclusivement dans les nombreux types de clairs forestières et bien offre une protection à plusieurs espèces en danger. Plusieurs images, s'il vous plaît. Le bien proposé comprend 3 parcs nationaux. À l'exception d'une petite communauté de pêcheurs, il semble qu'il n'y a pas d'occupants permanents dans le bien proposé. Les 3 parcs ont tout le personnel de gestion et d'administration fourni ou financé pour tous les gouvernements et aussi des organismes de coopération internationaux. Il y a un comité trinational de suivi et d'action qui ressemble les 3 pays au niveau ministériel. Un comité trinational de suivi unit les 3 pays à niveau des administrations régionales. Suivant, s'il vous plaît. Les moyens d'existence de populations autochtones tels que les Bakas sont pris en compte dans une certaine mesure dans la gestion du bien proposé, mais il est clair que la création de parcs exclut les communautés locales de terres et de ressources qu'elles utilisaient autrefois. Les grandes données pour le patrimoine mondial du fait de cette proposition devraient servir à obtenir l'application de différents engagements des États partis relatifs à la reconnaissance des droits des populations locales et autochtones. Le prochain. Une gamme de menaces et de besoins de gestion sont notés dans la mise en candidature. mais la OICN considère que le régime en gestion en place peut faire face à ces menaces. À l'avenir, la gestion devrait traiter des questions de coordination avec des autres secteurs. Prochaine slide. Prochaine aussi. En conclusion, la OICN recommande que le comité inscrive le tri national de la Sangha sur la liste de patrimoine mondial au titre des critères 9 et 10. Le projet de décision se trouve en la page 7 de la version anglaise du document 8B et aussi dans la page 9 de la version française. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues, and I propose to go straight to the draft decision because it is proposed for the inscription. So, Rapporteur, floor is yours.
Madam Chairperson, as it was mentioned, the proposed decision 36-8B.8 has no amendments. And considering that this is proposed for inscription, maybe, Madam Chairperson, you could proceed for the adoption of the whole text. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are any objections to adopt the decision 36-8B.8, Sangha Trinational, Cameroon, Central African Republic, and Congo? I see no objection. Adopted. My congratulations to state parties. Thank you very much. And Your Excellency, Minister of Culture of Cameroon, floor is yours.
Madame la Présidente, merci de me passer la parole. Je voudrais saluer tout d'abord l'hospitalité russe qui nous fait sentir un peu comme chez nous, malgré la distance entre Yaoundé et Saint-Pétersbourg. Vous voudrez bien aussi transmettre nos remerciements au peuple russe tout entier et en particulier aux bénévoles qui répondent nuit et jour à nos diverses sollicitations. Madame la Présidente, honorables membres du comité, Mesdames et Messieurs, c'est avec un grand honneur et un plaisir immense que je prends la parole au nom de la République centrafricaine, la République du Congo et du Cameroun pour vous exprimer toute notre joie, notre gratitude à la faveur de l'inscription du site transfrontalier du tri national de la Sangha sur la liste très sélecte des sites du patrimoine mondial. Notre sous-région, bien qu'exceptionnellement dotée de paysages naturels et culturels remarquables, n'a que très peu de sites jouissant du statut que vous venez d'accorder au tri national de la Sangha. Pour certains de ces États, c'est même la première fois qu'un de leurs sites est ainsi distingué. Par cette inscription, vous venez de confirmer l'option de la coopération entre États membres comme indispensable à la protection et la préservation de tous les éléments du patrimoine humain ayant une valeur universelle exceptionnelle. Je voudrais vous conforter dans l'idée que l'inscription de cette aire protégée transfrontalière sur la liste du patrimoine mondial permettra assurément de renforcer la protection d'une faune et d'une flore tout à fait exceptionnelles qu'elle héberge. Je profite de l'occasion que vous m'offrez pour remercier très chaleureusement tous les partenaires qui nous ont accompagnés tout au long du processus ayant abouti à cette inscription. Je voudrais parler de l'UICN, du CPM, du WWF, du WCS et tous les États partis dont l'appui ne nous a jamais fait défaut. Je les invite tous à nous accompagner dans la belle, complexe mais exaltante mission que vous venez de nous confier, celle de travailler ensemble et à maintenir la valeur universelle exceptionnelle de ce bien. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. Félicitations. C'est ta partie. Dear colleagues, now we move to the other side, but before we move to the other side, I see the request from Kenya to respond to the intervention of the observer concerning the indigenous people. Floor is yours.
Madam Chairman, thank you very much for giving me an opportunity on behalf of the Kenya government to put incorrect information presented to this committee by the leader of the indigenous group. I wish he had talked to us before making such a statement. It was also most unfortunate to drag the name of the Kenya into discussions that were not involving us at all. We want to assure him and his group that if they come to us, we will explain to them that the local people were very much involved in the preparation and in the discussions before the Great Lakes were presented to this committee. And the African World Heritage, the FAD, can prove that they even funded programs to work with the local communities before we came here with our dossier. So it is not accurate, and one of the lakes, Lake Bogoria, is actually headed by a local or an indigenous person. So could the records really show that the information given is wrong and was most unfortunate to have been brought here today? Thank you for giving us a chance to put that record correct. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I suppose that India maybe reflect to this intervention later on in process of the nomination. Thank you very much. So now we go to the Changjiang fossil site, China. Decision 36.8b.9, and now I give the floor to IUCN.
So thank you, Chair. IUCN's evaluation of the Changjiang fossil site is on page 15 of both the English and the French versions of IUCN's evaluation report. First slide, please. So the Changjiang fossil site is a relatively small hilly area located in the eastern part of Chengjiang County of Yuji City in South China's Yunnan province. It is a small site with a total area of only 512 hectares and is surrounded by a buffer zone of 220 hectares that does not form part of the nominated property. Next slide, please. The Changjiang fossil site exposes a continuous succession representing a lower part of the Cambrian period, as well as part of the underlying Precambrian strata. It is a globally exceptional fossil site, and its rocks present the most complete record of an early Cambrian marine community. It contains a prolific and exceptional preserved biota, displaying the anatomy of hard and soft tissues in a very wide range and variety of organisms, invertebrate and quasi-vertebrate, and in exquisite detail. Next slide, please. Its fossils bear upon fundamental questions regarding the design of animal body parts and the genetic generation of evolutionary novelty. It records the early establishment of a complex marine ecosystem with food webs capped by sophisticated predators. Next slide, please. The Burgess Shale locality in Canada, part of the Canadian Rocky Mountains Parks World Heritage Site, but initially inscribed on its own on the World Heritage List in 1980, is strongly comparable, and it's of equivalent value to the Changjiang fossil site, and a specific comparison of these two sites is provided in the nomination document. The property exceeds in value other known comparable sites as noted in the nomination, as well as some sites that are not noted in the comparative analysis, such as the fossil remains in the Lena Pillars Nature Park, which will be considered by the committee later in this session. It also conforms fully to the type of values that have been recognised since 1996 as the basis for listing fossil World Heritage properties by the committee. Next slide, please. The property is effectively protected, being state-owned with a well-designed zonation scheme, appropriate federal and provincial oversight, and effective governance. It has clear and appropriate boundaries, which are very well signed on the ground. Day-to-day management is also effective, and there are adequate staff, and 3 levels of management plans are in place. local involvement in the property could be significantly strengthened, not only in relation to the site itself, but also in relation to the regulation and management of fossil sites in the wider landscape that surrounds the property. Next slide, please. There are curation arrangements in place for the property. Changjiang fossils are widely displayed and available for study in China, and there are arrangements to allow scientists to study material from the property. Next slide, please. The threats appear to be manageable. Past mining in the buffer zone has ceased, and the State Party has given clear written assurances that no new mines will be opened within either the nominated property or its buffer zone. Regulation and management of visitor use will be an essential and ongoing requirement at this site, including assuring only scientific collection and no damage or illegal collection or removal of geological materials takes place. Next slide, please. There's a need to establish processes to assess and regulate infrastructure, and in particular to avoid further provision for visitors being made which could damage through construction important fossil-bearing areas. So this needs increased planning and assessment. Next slide, please. In summary, IUCN concludes that the property meets criterion 8 under which it is nominated. It meets the integrity requirements and the protection and management requirements of the operational guidelines, and therefore we recommend its inscription on the World Heritage List. And the draft decision is set out at page 9 of the English and 11 of the French versions of Working Document 8B. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. This site is proposed for inscription, and I give the floor directly to our rapporteur.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to confirm that we have not received any amendment for this draft decision, so you may proceed, if the committee so wishes, to approve the whole decision, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Are there any objections for this procedure? I see none. So, the decision 36-8B.9, Changjiang Fossil Site, China, is adopted. Congratulations, State Party. Dear colleagues, China, floor is yours.
Dear Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen, at this historic moment, on behalf of the State Party China and the people of the site, I'd like to express our gratitude to the committee members, to the Center and to the IUCN for your professionalism and invaluable assistance for the inscription of the fossil site. Incidentally, on the same day of 1984, the Changjiang fossil site was accidentally discovered. Today, on the 28th anniversary of its discovery, this fossil site is successfully inscribed on the World Heritage List. What a wonderful coincidence it is. Changjiang fossil site is an important record of life on Earth, with rich, well-preserved fossils of earlier Cambrian period of some 530 million years ago. It provides direct evidence of the roots of animal biodiversity, including the first fish and many ancestors of later animal species. It enriches our knowledge of life history in a critical geological period. At this special moment, on behalf of the Yuzhi municipal government and the local people, I'd like to affirm our strong commitment to the implementation of the World Heritage Convention and do our best to take good care of this valuable fossil site. Thanks to the host country, Russia, for the warm hospitality. Finally, thank you once again, and welcome to China, to Yuzhi and Changjiang. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, now we move on to the other side. 36, decision 36.8b.10, Western Ghats, India. IUCN, floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The distinguished committee members can find the IUCN evaluation on the Western Ghats on the page 51 of the English version of the IUCN evaluation report and page 57 of the French version. Next slide, please. The Western Ghats is a mountain chain of 1,600 kilometers long, running almost parallel to Indian western coast and spanning 6 Indian states. It covers an area of about 160,000 square kilometers composed of mountains, large tract of rainforests, rivers and waterfalls, and seasonal mass flowering windflower meadow. The resubmitted nomination consists of 7 different areas, subclusters, covering a total area of 795,300 hectares. 39 different component parts comprise these subclusters. The overall composition of the resubmitted serial nomination has not changed from the nomination of 2010. The nomination dossier noted that some 23% of the original extent of forest remains of natural habitat. However, many of the natural areas have been disturbed. Next slide, please. The property has been referred under criteria 9 and 10. The resubmitted nomination provides additional analysis of the values of the nominated property in relation to 3 significant global speciation events. The Western Ghats region demonstrates speciation related to the breakup of the ancient landmass of Gondwanaland in the early Jurassic period. Secondly, to the formation of India into an isolated landmass. And thirdly, to the Indian landmass being pushed together with Eurasia. However, additional global comparison is required to confirm the potential of a revised nominated property to meet criterion 9, including the type of configuration of such a serial property required to respond to this criterion, and to articulate a proposal statement of outstanding universal value that would appropriately reflect these values. Next slide, please. In relation to criterion 10, the Western Ghats contain exceptional levels of plant and animal diversity and endemicity for the continental area. In particular, the level of endemicity for some of the 4,000 to 5,000 plant species recorded in the Ghats is very high. A number of flagship mammals occur in the property as well. The property is also key to the conservation of a number of threatened habitats, such as unique seasonal mass-flowering wildflower meadows, cholla forests, and myristica swamps. Next slide, please. The resubmitted nomination notes that 40% of the nominated property lies outside of the formal protected area system, mostly in reserved forests. However, IUCN recalls earlier state party advice that these reserved forests do not provide strict conservation and management of wild fauna species, and remain unconvinced that this level of protection will successfully protect the values of the property from various pressures, including access and infrastructure development. Next slide, please. This resubmitted nomination continues to propose 39 components and stresses the importance of the contiguous site elements or components in all the 7 subclusters. While some component parts have adjoining boundaries, there remain concerns as to how ecological processes and conservation connectivity across the nominated property as a whole will function. Next one, please. Integrating the management of 39 sites across 40 states will be a challenge, particularly to address some serious identified threats such as mining, the development of hydroelectricity, irrigation, and wind farms, and pressures on the use of natural resources for an increasing population. In addition, individual management plans are not within the context of an overarching management plan which clearly articulates how the management of the 39 components is to be consistent and harmonized. Overall, IUCN considers that the requirements to maintain the condition of integrity as required by the operational guidelines are not met. In summary, IUCN recommends the committee to defer the examination of this nomination of the Western Ghats to the World Heritage List. The draft decision is set out on page 11 of the English version and page 13 of the French version of Working Document AB. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Floor is open. Who wants to take the floor? Russian Federation, floor is yours.
Спасибо, уважаемая госпожа председатель. Во-первых, благодарим экспертов МСУП за подробный и обстоятельный доклад по объекту Западные Гхаты. Далее, продолжая эту тему и говоря в первую очередь о ценности данного объекта, хотелось бы отметить следующее. Центр всемирного наследия ЮНЕСКО и МСУП определили несколько горных объектов, в отношении которых ведутся комплексные исследования в контексте включения в список всемирного наследования. Индийский объект Западные Гхаты как раз входит в число таких наиболее важных горных объектов. Западные Гхаты располагают уникальным биоразнообразием и имеют признание в качестве одного из наиболее интересных и удивительных мировых природных памятников. В этой связи мы считаем, что комитету следовало бы поощрить страну-члена Конвенции в продвижении их номинации «Западные Гхаты» и занести этот важный горный объект в число объектов, уже включенных в настоящее время в список всемирного наследия ЮНЕСКО. Почему мы отстаиваем именно это мнение? Дело в том, что государство-участник продемонстрировало немало успешных примеров управления и сохранения уникального биоразнообразия, и это несмотря на колоссальное народонаселение страны. Надо принимать во внимание, что в Индии действует очень строгое законодательство, направленное на сохранение природного биоразнообразия. Страна имеет высокий управленческий потенциал. Убеждены, что в номинационное досье может быть включена оценка выдающейся универсальной ценности объекта, а сами Западные Гхаты отвечают требованиям по параметрам целостности и организации охраны в соответствии с руководством по исполнению Конвенции. Исходя из вышесказанного, наша делегация вносит предложение о вписании объекта Западные Гхаты в список всемирного наследия уже на текущей сессии комитета. Спасибо.
Thank you very much. Estonia, floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In our opinion, this is a good example how referral and deferral mechanisms are misunderstood. We would like to recall that last year, the original draft proposal for deferral was turned to referral in final decision. According to this year's evaluation, it has unfortunately not given enough time for the state party to solve the issues that had been raised concerning boundaries, management, etc. We would like to encourage the state party to take up IUCN's offer to provide support for the revision of the nomination, and we think that the proposal for deferral is justified in this case. The nomination has great potential, but at this stage there are still too many unsolved issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Switzerland.
Madame la Présidente, il n'y a aucun doute que la région des Ghats occidentaux recèle une biodiversité exceptionnelle. Là, par contre, nous discutons d'un périmètre dans cette région. Nous remercions l'État indien pour avoir eu cette idée de vouloir inscrire cette région extrêmement importante dans la liste du patrimoine mondial. Nous sommes par contre ici pour discuter du périmètre à inscrire. Nous avons vu que l'analyse est claire, il n'y a pas tous les éléments nécessaires pour permettre l'intégrité du site. L'année passée, la discussion a déjà été menée, comme l'a dit notre collègue de l'Estonie, et pour ces raisons, la Suisse soutient de différer la nomination. Et en plus, on voudrait poser une question à l'État partie, on voudrait poser la question de savoir comment ils ont choisi les composantes de cette série, comment a été faite cette analyse comparative interne et pourquoi la série est à peu près la même de celle qui a été présentée l'année passée. Merci.
Thank you very much. Colombia.
Gracias, señora presidenta. Efectivamente, nosotros también teníamos el cuestionamiento de por qué había pasado de defer a refer, y en ese momento quería preguntarle tanto a IUCN como al Estado parte para que nos pudieran explicar un poco más qué había sucedido, y quisiera darle la palabra al Estado parte para que nos pudiera contestar qué medidas de manejo se han dispuesto para el manejo de los aspectos que amenazan la integridad del sitio y si estas medidas están basadas de alguna manera en un estudio ecológico. Gracias.
Thank you very much. Cambodia, floor is yours.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Nous tenons à féliciter l'UICN pour son rapport et nous rejoignons donc la Colombie pour la précision du plan de gestion des 39 sites en série. Merci.
Thank you very much. Germany, floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Western Ghats has indeed been identified by global analysis as one of the gaps on the World Heritage List for species and habitat values. And when we look at this nomination, which the committee had in front of to consultant last year and then referred it back to the state party with very specific recommendations, we are a bit surprised to see it come back this year with very little changes on this nomination, but coming back with an additional criterion, the criterion 9. So I would like to put a question to IUCN in this case, to ask about the comparative analysis regarding this criterion, and in addition to this, whether the selection and the design of the component parts is adequate to both criterion 9 and 10, and we consider the design and selection of such a big, large series in an important ecosystem as crucial for the future of this site. And I join my Estonian colleague on the comments made on the referral and deferral process to this regard. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Japan, floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairperson. From the nomination document and the IUCN gap analysis report of 2004 that Germany has just mentioned, as well as other reports, Japan has an impression that the Western Ghats region does have value meets criteria 9 and 10. However, according to the advisory body's report, the current nomination may have a problem in the selection of the nominated sites. It seems to me that sometimes it's very difficult to select a site in Asian situation. In this regard, we would like to ask the State Party about the current status of the recommendation of the Western Ghats Ecology Expert Panel, which is mentioned in the draft decision. And if it is under the review, then when it will be finalized, and what is the government's intention to handle this panel's recommendation? Thank you.
Thank you very much. France, floor is yours.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Je crois que la valeur exceptionnelle, universelle des Ghats occidentaux est absolument indéniable, puisque à plusieurs reprises dans le rapport, l'absence des Ghats occidentaux sur la liste du patrimoine mondial, cette absence est qualifiée de lacune. Donc je crois qu'il n'y a pas vraiment de débat sur ce sujet. En revanche, nous avons une petite question, puisqu'il semblerait qu'il y ait une certaine confusion concernant les objectifs et le contenu d'un rapport rédigé par un groupe d'experts sur l'écologie des Ghats occidentaux ce rapport serait, semble-t-il, déconnecté de la question de la définition du bien en série. Et c'est une question que je pose à l'État partie. Est-ce que l'État partie pourrait nous éclairer sur ce point? Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. Are you, United Arab Emirates, floor is yours.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. الإمارات تهني الدولة الطرف على الجهود التي بذلتها لإعداد مرة أخرى لهذا الملف، واستنادا إلى إشارات الاتحاد الدولي لصون الطبيعة أن هناك جهود بذلت وأن مدعمة بدعم الشركاء بهذا الترشيح. ولذلك يعني كما أشار الزملاء السابقين على أننا لا نختلف على القيمة العالمية لهذا الموقع، وأن المشكلات العالقة بتحفظات الهيئات الاستشارية الدولة قادرة على أن تتعامل مع هذه المطالب، وهذا الموقع يستحق مننا التفكير بالإدراج.
Thank you very much. South Africa.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I think the site has come a long way. Just to align our comments with the comments made previously about the gaps in the protection status on the part of the renominated property, the state party perhaps may be requested to confirm the protection status of these other parts of the site. The site elements have individual management plans, and Hope IUCN does not suggest that a whole new management plan must be developed. What is required here, Madam Chair, perhaps is a document that outlines how these sites will achieve the common goals and objectives individually and collectively. Chair, it is not clear to us what IUCN means by the complexity of the site. Perhaps we need some clarity there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Algeria, floor is yours. What? French translation doesn't work. Please check. Yes, thank you. Algeria, floor is yours.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. L'Algérie appuie les commentaires et la proposition française de celle de combler une lacune dans la liste du patrimoine mondial. Merci.
Thank you very much. So I heard a lot of questions to State Party. So with your permission, I give the floor to State Party. Please, floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Many of the questions were exceptionally technical in nature, and I will very quickly pass it to my experts. I just want to tell you, Madam Chair, that you're looking at 160,000 square kilometers and a length of 1,600 square kilometers. That's the Western Ghats. It's the size of Greece. It's the population of Spain. It's 50 million. Actually, you're looking at something much smaller. When you talk of it, these are specific protected areas. There was a reference to the Western Ghats which came from an observer. This was about the rights of indigenous communities. We are the world's largest, noisiest, most voluble democracy. Everybody has a claim, everybody has a stake, we can do it. Now, each of them has been a part and a party to the process. You're looking at something that is, as has been pointed out, a gap on the list. This is exceptional biodiversity, Madam Chair, and if you don't protect it now, this is in danger, this is under threat. I'm going to ask the specialists to talk about the technical aspects.
Madam Chair, a number of state parties have asked that how the sites were chosen, and we would like to respond that there is a globally accepted scientific process called systematic conservation planning, in which areas of exceptional endemism and richness are selected on the basis of what is called as a high irreplaceability value. which means that if these sites are not protected, they might be lost forever. On that basis, we conducted a GIS-based analysis over the entire Western Ghats, and we overlaid the protected areas. And based on that, we were able to identify 39 sites which are of exceptional richness, and on the basis of which the site has been universally acclaimed as the hottest hotspots in the world. Madam Chairman, there are 26 hotspots in the world, but Western Ghats stands among them at the top. The other question was on this issue of the protection measures, the governance structure. We would like to inform that in India, we have set up a very efficient and effective governance management system. The National Board for Wildlife, which is chaired by none other than the Prime Minister of India, and this board provides the direction. The forest management is done by the Ministry of Environment and Forests. All sites have duly approved management plans. These management plans have been approved by the federal government on a basis of a very detailed review. And therefore, the protection and the integrity, these 39 sites are our prominent national parks, the wildlife sanctuary, the tiger reserves, and the reserve forest. The reserve forest are getting their strength from the Federal Act, the Indian Forest Act, and the Forest Conservation Act. Ma'am, these laws are so strict that they will not allow any divergence of land to take place, any mining to take place, any potential threat which has been mentioned is just not possible without a proper review, without a proper AI.
Thank you very much. IUCN, floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will try to answer quickly all the questions posed to IUCN. How the property passed from deferral to referral, that was a discussion that took place in the committee last year. IUCN proposed an original deferral. It was discussed and the recommendation was changed to referral. I believe that decision from the committee doesn't help the state party to address all the points that are supposed to be addressed. So honestly, in the opinion of IUCN, those changes in decisions are not in favor of the state party, are against all the work that had to be done. The comparative criteria for criterion 9, IUCN mentioned in the report that there is potential for this criterion to be met, but it's not convinced that in the present configuration of the nomination and based on the global comparative analysis, there is not enough argument to say 100% sure that this criterion 9 is met, and we said in the evaluation report that there is a potential for this, but we have questions about the components that articulate the justification of that criteria and how the OUB, the Statement of Outstanding Universal Value, will be drafted and articulated with those components. The question posed by the distinguished delegate of South Africa about a common framework for the management of the site, this is a requirement under paragraph 114 of the operational guidelines. IUCN is just following the recommendation of the operational guidelines as we had always done for all serial nominations. As an example, the serial nomination of the protected areas and island of the Gulf of California have 246 components, and Mexico was able to define and agree of a common framework for the management of those sites, including common objectives and common management practices and common monitoring activities. What we mean by complexity of the site, it is indeed difficult to manage and ensure protection of 39 different components. Some are very big, some others are very small, in areas that already have some conservation problems, and across 6 states. We don't doubt of the capacity of the state party to address the challenge, but it is a challenge. And we believe that this is a complex situation for any state party. I think I have addressed all the questions, Madam Chair. Thank you so much.
Switzerland, please, floor is yours.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Je suis peut-être fatigué, mais je n'ai pas entendu la réponse de la part de la délégation de l'Inde à la question très spécifique posée par la délégation suisse concernant la question suivante. Pourquoi n'avez-vous pas modifié le périmètre? Avec votre accord, Madame la Présidente, j'aimerais bien entendre une réponse. Merci.
India, can you answer this question?
Certainly, Madam Chair. The boundaries are defined by national legislation. We are by law committed to protecting those boundaries. The boundaries cannot be changed because any boundary change must go through Parliament. Number one. Number two, there are extremely good reasons to maintain those boundaries, which is to maintain the largest area possible under conservation. Any decision to moderate a boundary is taken with the greatest care, the greatest possible consultation. Madam Chair, these boundaries have been defined. I noted the point of 6 states. I noted the point of complexity of the site. These are challenges. Nobody said that India does not confront the challenges. We do it. We are doing it, Madam Chair.
Switzerland? No, IUCN, please take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't think we had a question posed to us, but if I may, I think the question is, what IUCN was asking, it was not to change the boundary of existing conservation units, name it national parks, forest reserve, is to change the composition of the different components of this particular nomination. We are assessing 39 components now. Maybe 20 will make it, maybe 5. It's just a matter of taking the result for the Western Ghats Ecological Panel that is happening at this very moment, assessing how those results are fitting with the 2 criteria for which the site is nominated, and see what is the best configuration. But we have never asked to change the boundaries of any protected area in this particular site. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, but I see that State Party has some clarification, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The panel, the Madhav Gadgil panel, one of the most respected conservationists in the world, covers the entire Western Ghats. This particular nomination covers 5% of the Western Ghats. The issues that have been raised there are of taking away of fragmented forest pockets. Now, as far as this process, this nomination is concerned, this has gone through a process of community consultation mandated by law, a 3-tier system of governance, and therefore any changes in the proposed boundaries will have to go through the same process. We would actually encourage not reducing it so as to maintain the largest possible conservation area. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, I would proceed to the draft decision and to the amendments which we have, and I will give you the floor to express your opinion. Please, Rapporteur, take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. We have distributed some moments ago the proposed amendments received from the Russian Federation. Basically, the amendments propose to inscribe the site of Western Ghats, India, on the World Heritage List on the basis of criteria 9 and 10. I must also say that we received a proposal of a statement of outstanding universal value, which is proposed by the delegation of Russia as well as other amendments on the following paragraphs based on this approach. The committee has the document in front of you, so you may want to proceed, Madam Chairperson.
I would like to proceed paragraph by paragraph, but you know we have to concentrate on the key matter of this. Do we support inscription or it is some other opinions? I would like to ask members of the committee quickly to express their opinion. Serbia.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Very quickly, Serbia fully supports the amendment and proposal of the Russian Federation to inscribe the site. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Malaysia.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Having listened carefully what has been clarified by the state party, we are ready to support for inscription. Thank you.
South Africa.
Madam Chair, South Africa wants to support the proposal for inscription.
Thank you very much. Switzerland.
Comme cela a été démontré à nos yeux tout à fait clairement, ce bien ne dispose pas de l'intégrité qui est une condition essentielle pour l'inscription. C'était d'ailleurs la même chose l'an dernier et dans ces conditions, nous ne pouvons que accepter le différement proposé par les organisations consultatives. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much. Ethiopia, floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Having heard all the explanations made by the State Party and IUCN, we observe that the site have great potential, and we believe the State Party have done lots of efforts to keep it, so we support the inscription of the site. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Iraq, floor is yours.
شكرا سيادة الرئيس. نؤيد المقترح الاتحاد الروسي. شكرا.
Thank you very much. Mali.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Madame la Présidente, la délégation malienne soutient la proposition de la Fédération de Russie. Merci.
Qatar, floor is yours.
شكرا سيدتي الرئيسة. دولة قطر تؤيد الاقتراح الروسي بالتسجيل. شكرا جزيلا.
United Arab Emirates, floor is yours.
الإمارات سبق وعبرت عن رغبتها في هذا التوجه ونؤيد الإدراج.
Thank you very much. Cambodia, floor is yours.
Oui, Madame la Présidente, le Cambodge rejoint et soutient l'amendement de la Fédération de Russie.
Thank you very much. Thailand, floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thailand supports the Russian Federation's proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Estonia, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. As already indicated in our previous statement, we feel that deferral is justified in this case, and therefore we support the original draft decision to defer the nomination. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who else wants to take the floor? Algeria, please take the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. L'Algérie donc appuie l'option d'inscription, mais avec un petit commentaire, si vous permettez. Tout à l'heure, l'UICN nous a fait une présentation dans laquelle il a fait état de la complexité du site. Moi, je ne sais pas, cette notion de complexité du site, est-ce qu'elle enlève à la valeur, quelque chose à la valeur du bien, ou est-ce qu'elle réside dans notre incapacité à rationaliser ou à simplifier cette valeur du site? Donc, je soutiens l'option inscription. Merci.
Thank you very much. Senegal, floor is yours.
Madame la Présidente, le Sénégal aussi voudrait s'associer au groupe qui a l'option d'inscrire le site. Merci.
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, so what we have 13 countries who expressed their support for inscription and 3 countries who expressed their desire to defer the nomination. So the majority is for inscription, So I would like to ask to our rapporteur to read the paragraph 2.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Paragraph 2 will read as follows. Inscribe the Western Ghats, India, on the World Heritage List on the basis of criteria 9 and 10.
Thank you very much. Adopted. So now the paragraph 3.
Paragraph 3 adopts the following provisional statement of outstanding universal value, and then the text follows. I just want to say, Madam Chairperson, that the Secretariat didn't have the time to proceed with the translation in French, so you may consider that this is only available so far in English.
Are you agreed to adopt the English version of the provisional statement of outstanding universal value, and then we incorporate the French version? I see no objection. Adopted. So paragraph 4.
Paragraph 4 commends the State Party on its continued and responsive efforts to improve protection and management of the property and on ensuring better and effective coordination and oversight mechanisms.
Are anybody object this paragraph? I see nobody. Adopted. Paragraph 5.
Paragraph 5. It's composed of basically 3 subparagraphs and reads as follows. Requires the State Party to A. Continue to review and refine the scope and composition of the current serial nomination, taking into account the outcomes of scientific studies and recommendations. B. Ensure proactive tourism management in anticipation of increased future visitation and to ensure that visitation remains within the capacity of the property. And C. Ensure any proposed infrastructure developments are subject to rigorous prior impact assessments to determine if they are appropriate, including via reporting to the World Heritage Committee in line with paragraph 172 of the operational guidelines to the World Heritage Convention.
I see Switzerland wants to take the, please, floor is yours.
Merci Madame la Présidente. C'est sur le petit A. Le texte que nous a lu Madame le rapporteur s'est arrêté au moment où on dit pour tenir compte des résultats d'études scientifiques et des recommandations. J'aimerais bien savoir de quelles études scientifiques et de quelles recommandations il s'agit, parce que là, comme ça, en tout cas en français, le texte ne veut strictement rien dire. Donc je propose quand même que l'on garde des recommandations du groupe d'experts sur l'écologie des Ghats occidentaux. Je pense que c'est lui qui a fait ces études. Ou est-ce que je me trompe?
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Well, this is a proposal from the Russian Federation, so you may want to give them the floor for a response.
Спасибо. Мне кажется, что мы согласимся с поправкой, внесенной швейцарским представителем.
Can you read, because it seems to me that now it's no sense, because outcomes of scientific studies and recommendations is more or less understandable. But which studies, which recommendations, I understand what you mean. But to add of the Western Ghat Ecology Expert Panel, I don't know, maybe, please, maybe you will formulate.
I think, Madam Chairperson, that the distinguished ambassador of Switzerland was referring precisely on the recommendations of the Western Ghats Ecology Expert Panel, if I'm not mistaken. Because from his point of view, the amendment as proposed originally did not have so much sense.
May I ask the State Party for clarification? What does it mean, this?
Madam Chair, the Western Ghats Ecology Expert Panel, as it says, is the Western Ghats Ecology Panel covering 100% of the area. The nomination is covering 5% of the area. So there is, may I also add, Madam Chair, that the State Party is committed to an ongoing process of continuing scientific evaluation. This is not something that ends with this evening.
And who makes this evaluation? Excuse me, that I have the same doubts. Like
we have at least 7 different levels of academia that go into it. There are universities, there are people like the gentleman on my right, his institution, all of the scientific bodies, including international bodies, and hopefully the IUCN as well, which has done a great job on this.
Thank you very much. So, Germany, floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't want to disturb the discussion on this part of the paragraph, and the solution might be including the Western Ghats panel, something that might help out with this. But I'm a bit confused with the beginning of the paragraph. If we say continue to review and refine the scope and composition of the current serial nomination, does that mean that the scope and composition will change next year? Or in 2 years, or in 3 years? I just want to because it was derived from the original text to comment on it, which was with a deferral. So I'm a bit confused. What does that mean, the first part of the sentence, for the future of the property? This is my comment to this. And I would have a comment on B as well, but I'll get back to this when we have finished the number A.
Thank you very much. It seems to me that maybe the first really it's confusing, the paragraph. But the second is very clear, that they have to you know, have the proactive management for the site, not to, you know, and keep the touristic number of tourists in capacity of this property. It's clear, in my opinion. But the first, Russian Federation, please, maybe it's possible to take it off, to delete the first paragraph.
Не возражаем.
Germany.
This confuses even more, that we take out the whole paragraph, and then all scientific studies and recommendations will be taken away from this recommendation. I think this is not what we want to do. My comment was on the first part of this paragraph, but I don't know a way out of it. I'm getting. On B, I just want, maybe I put my comment on the small b here as well. I would either replace proactive by sustainable tourism, or add the word sustainable tourism here, because this is exactly what we want. We want sustainable tourism management.
Yes,
I think this is important.
It's very good amendment. So maybe it's possible the paragraph may continue or take into account the outcomes of scientific studies and recommendation, including of the Western Ghats Ecology Expert Panel. Maybe it will be more understandable and not confusing. What do you think? Switzerland.
Si on sait de quel résultat d'études scientifiques il s'agit et de quelles recommandations et d'où elles proviennent, moi qui ne suis pas un expert, je ne sais pas, je ne peux pas lire dans le ciel, madame. Et donc il faut dire de quel type de recommandations c'est. Donc si c'est les recommandations du groupe d'experts sur l'écologie des Ghats occidentaux, Je ne vois pas pourquoi on ne le mentionne pas. Voilà.
Excuse me, I suppose that I know India, I lived there a little. Maybe like in Russian Federation, we don't have group of experts like in your country, maybe in Germany. We normally have institutes who, research in this, on this, area. So when we speak about the scientific studies, it means that it's the whole institutions who work on these items. It's the difference maybe in understanding. So please read the A. I propose take into account the outcomes of scientific studies and recommendation.
So, just to clarify, Madam Chairperson, are we keeping the reference to the Western Ghats Ecology Expert Panel, or we are just finishing on recommendations?
We're just finishing on recommendation. Switzerland, please take the floor.
À ce moment-là, on peut dire que c'est la recommandation de ne pas aller manger de pommes ce soir. Je regrette infiniment, madame. Alors, je propose que l'on dise, puisque vous avez des instituts qui font des études scientifiques, alors de tenir compte des résultats d'études scientifiques de l'ensemble des instituts spécialisés dans ce domaine, qu'est-ce que je sais, moi, et des recommandations du groupe d'experts sur l'écologie. Comme ça, on sait de quelle étude scientifique il s'agit et qui les fait, et de quel type et de quelle recommandation il s'agit et qui les fait. Je vous répète, Madame la Présidente, je regrette d'insister, la phrase actuellement coupée et s'arrêtant après recommandation ne veut strictement rien dire. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Algeria, floor is yours.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Moi, je pense que dans ce cas, dans cet article, ce qui nous intéresse, ce sont les résultats scientifiques et non pas les instituts ou les experts qu'ils ont obtenus.
Russian Federation, please make the clarification.
Знаете, мне бы хотелось тоже предложить вернуться к той формулировке, которая сейчас находится на экране, именно поставить точку после рекомендаций. Объясню. Поскольку в первой части речь идет о результатах научных исследований, рекомендации, естественно, могут относиться к тем сторонам, которые в них принимают участие, заинтересованным, соответственно. Зачем нам прописывать, какие конкретно органы в Индии занимаются этим исследованием, я не понимаю.
Thank you very much. As I understand, IUCN wants to take the floor. Please, floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The intention of this recommendation was in the context of the previous decision. We have to admit, first of all, that some of the changes and the stemming of outstanding universal values and the stemming of integrity that have been proposed doesn't correspond to the IUCN evaluation, so we are not 100% behind it. But the importance of mentioning this particular panel, which have been set up by the government of India, and is composed by some of the best leading experts of India, is that, okay, now the particular site includes 5% of the Western Ghats, but maybe based on the result of that panel, the site could be extended to cover other areas that could be added to this serial site, making it a phased serial site. So it's in the benefit of the state party to listen to the result of the studies of the panel that have been established by the Indian government. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much for your clarification. State Party, may I ask you the question? Why we stopped on this Western Ghats Ecology expert panel?
Yes, madam. I understand the outcomes of scientific studies and specialized institutes because it's very helpful to us. As a country of 1,300 million people with 1,500 million opinions on anything, it's very good to limit it to the scientific institutions which are involved with it. The second part of it, and I see IUCN's point, that the Gadgil panel, which is composed of eminent experts brought together from civil society of the Government of India, is still in the process. Actually, its interim recommendation is trying to enlarge the area, but it is not a decision that it falls outside the area, it falls within the sovereign area of sovereign legislation of the state party. It is not something on which this forum, we would submit respectfully, madam, can adjudicate, but you can take into account the recommendations which the state party would do. But you cannot decide. That is a sovereign legislative function. That's the point, madam.
Thank you very much. So after the clarification of IUCN and State Party, may we agree? Germany. Yes, please, Germany.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Having heard the explanation of IUCN, and thank you for this, I think it might be useful to just keep the beginning of the text because there is a potential to enhance that site we are going to inscribe by in future reviewing and refining the scope. So this is what I heard from India is fully agreeable, and that they take into account outcomes of scientific studies, that's fine, and institutes specialized in the field and the recommendations. And it's you take into account the recommendations. And then you think about it, what you as the State Party of India are proposing later on. So, and think then we are fine.
Thank you very much. So we put full stop after recommendations. So continue to review and refine the scope. No. To take into account the outcomes of scientific studies of institutes specialized in the field and in the field. Point. Yes? So, as I understand, Germany, what you proposed, it's more concise. Thank you very much. So, can we consider this item adopted like amended? Thank you very much. So, we go to the point.
No, she doesn't agree.
Who?
Germany.
The Western Ghats should stay in, and this was, I saw nodding from my left-hand side. Huh?
No.
But you take it into account, and then you decide on what you are refining.
But excuse me, as you heard the explanation that they have the different legislation, which this panel doesn't cover, so is adopted. Point B. Please take the floor, rapporteur.
Little b reads as follows: ensure proactive tourism management in anticipation of increased future visitation and to ensure that visitation remains within the capacity of the property.
So, are any objection to this point? I see none, so adopted. So, point C.
Ensure any proposed infrastructure developments are subject to rigorous prior impact assessments to determine if they are appropriate, including via reporting to the World Heritage Committee in line with paragraph 172 of the operational guidelines to the World Heritage Convention.
Switzerland, you have the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Nous ne sommes pas d'accord sur le fait d'enlever la deuxième partie, ou presque tout ce paragraphe, parce que, comme aussi la délégation indienne l'a bien dit, nous sommes confrontés à un site extrêmement complexe, extrêmement étendu, avec en plus, comme on a décidé de le décider plus haut, un périmètre qui évolue, hein, ce qui se réaffine, etc. Et nous ne pouvons pas nous permettre de ne pas avoir un système de gestion uni pour un tel site, parce que nous serons vraiment loin d'avoir un système de gestion acceptable. Merci. Donc il faudrait garder cette partie où...
Thank you very much. IUCN, floor is yours. Please comment.
Thanks, Chair. Two points. One on the deletion, which is just to recall that the operational guidelines do establish a requirement for some degree of overall management coordination for the series. So I do think it is important, given that we're trying to retrofit the meeting of the operational guidelines to retain wording which would ask for that to be done. The second, because we are discussing now an inscription, is just to note that one of the specific points about infrastructure and sort of land use challenges, one could say, within the site, and I can just read from the State Party's own submission in the referral, is about something, I'll just read it because I think it makes it clear. The Kudremuk, excuse my pronunciation, Iron Ore Company, open bracket, no mining occurs at present, close bracket, covers 35 kilometers squared of the Kudremuk National Park and has 2 industrial cum mining townships, and it names them. And I think, given the importance of the principle that has been reaffirmed at various stages in this meeting and was discussed by the committee as important in one of the other nominations, it would be helpful to just have some specific wording that says, including to ensure that no mining occurs either within the property or that could affect its outstanding universal value, given that there is a specific note on that in the referral documentation, and we've not been able to address that point in the process that's now followed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Colombia, floor is yours.
Gracias, señora Presidenta. Quisiera apoyar la precisión que hizo Suiza en la C chiquita. Eso debe quedar incluido. Y oyendo la información, la propuesta que hace IUCN, no sé si pudiéramos volver a la letra B chiquita, porque ahí es donde estaba escrito que podíamos estar protegiendo contra industria, que yo creo que es siempre el interés del Estado parte, contra minería y contra todo. Y entonces, todo esto yo creo que podría ser pertinente dejarlo y no quitarlo. Gracias.
Thank you very much. We will not return to paragraph B, but as I understand, paragraph C. When we paragraph C. Are any objection to keep Russian Federation, please, can you clarify?
Вот, я не могу согласиться с этим предложением. Мне кажется, здесь не учтены все моменты. Мне бы хотелось послушать, если такие есть, замечания других стран, которые выступали в поддержку этого проекта.
May I give the floor to reporter? She has, it seems to me, some right.
If the committee considers it's a good idea, I may propose to you to put as a little d the proposal of Switzerland supported by Colombia, because I think that this recommendation stands at its own and which refers to the management plan, so maybe we could have it as little d.
So we have to proceed. Let's approve the paragraph C. Are any objection to the paragraph C? No. Adopted. Paragraph D. Please read the paragraph.
This little d reads as follows. Establish improved coordination and integration between component sites, particularly through the preparation and implementation of an overarching management plan or framework for the serial property as a whole, and through the establishment of the proposed Western Ghats Natural Heritage Conservation Authority.
So maybe ask IUCN and State Party, what does it mean Western Ghats Natural Heritage Conservation Autonomy if we speak about different states of the country? May I hear clear, explanation? Please, State Party, explain us. Is it possible to set up this autonomy? And then I will give, floor to IUCN.
Madam Chair, as IUCN said, and as I understood the Swiss delegation said, the first part of it is a standard formulation. Of course, you should have overarching management plans and frameworks that bring people together. The second part, unfortunately, is very specific, goes into the realm of parliamentary sovereignty, which is to say you shall have, here's this World Heritage Committee which tells the Parliament of India that you shall have whatever authority. Now, the point is that the first part is exactly what we are all striving for. The second part is a specificity which is outside, I believe, the realm of competence of this committee. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So, dear colleagues, so can we approve the paragraph, establish improved coordination and integration between component sites, particularly through the preparation and implementation of an overarching management plan or framework for the cereal property as a whole, full stop. Who has any objection? I see none. So, adopted. So, please move on.
Madam Chairperson, the following subparagraph are proposed for deletion, as well as the last paragraph of this decision.
Thank you very much. Who has any objections to delete all these paragraphs or any amendments? I see no objections. Adopted. So now we have to move to adoption of the whole decision 36.8b.10 Western Ghats, India. Adopted.
After this vote.
Thank you very much. So I see the observer who wants to take the floor. Observer, floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will be very brief. My name is Rajendra Shende of THER Policy Center from India, the center which works, among many other things, on sustainable development of the Western Ghat with people-centered inclusive approach. First of all, let me congratulate you, the World Heritage Committee, for the excellent work that they have been doing so far, and also on the occasion of 14th anniversary year, where the convention is taking turn towards what is called as a sustainable development of the people, along with universally inspiring heritage sites. Madam Chair, Western Ghat is recognized, as stated by the distinguished delegate for the State Party India, as a biodiversity hotspot of the world, and it needs immediate and collective action at a national and international level. Having lived myself in a village in the shadow of that Western Ghats, and having held a community dialogue and awareness there, I bring before this august body a ground-level reality and a need for protecting the global natural heritage of outstanding universal value. And I would like to thank the committee that they have done so by looking at these needs. The Community Development and Awareness Workshop that my organization held along with UNESCO, IUCN representative at national level, the government representatives, and the heads of villages around one of these 39 sites, that is a Khas Plateau. That dialogue was a unique because it brought the experts and the village level community on one platform for dialoguing. That demonstrates that community involvement and engagement is at extremely high level along the Western Ghats. I also feel that this decision taken today, the Western Ghats, the World Heritage Committee has not lost the opportunity to mitigate the dangers and the risks due to the catastrophic impact of climate change and have integrated the issue of preservation of nature with the poverty reduction, inclusiveness, and the sustainable development goals. By inscription of the Western Ghats of serial nomination of 39 sites, the committee has demonstrated that it can take unique opportunity to contribute towards the potential of this body and the wisdom of the experts to leverage it for the mitigation of climate change, poverty elimination, and meeting the Millennium Development Goals of United Nations. I would like to thank you and the Committee of the World Heritage and the other members for this decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much. India, floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a humbling experience. We recognize our responsibilities. We're very grateful for the recognition of the immense, perhaps unique biodiversity of the Western Ghats. We're very conscious of the fact that many people have contributed, and let me particularly note IUCN, conservationists, the scientific community, NGOs, people, and of course, the World Heritage Committee. Madam Chair, this is the oldest part of India, millions of years ago when Africa and Asia and Australasia were combined. This is what broke off. The rest is young, and in some ways, this has brought us closer again to all of them. In this region, commerce, culture, and religion traveled to us from the Arab world. From Portugal came enterprise. From Ethiopia came migrants, and of course from England came much more. But all of this, Madam, we recognize our responsibilities. We'd like to work, we'd like to assure you that we would work and continue to work with the World Heritage Committee, with the World Heritage Center, with IUCN, and the scientific and academic community, and certainly with the individuals and NGOs that have a stake in the process. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, and congratulations. Dear colleagues, I propose not to open the other side today, because I see that we all very tired, and better we have tomorrow 1 hour in the afternoon more for our debates. But before we finish our work today, I would like to return your attention to the item which we adjourned. It's 7.23, which contains, you have before you, it's concerning the old city of Jerusalem and its wall. So as you remember, we decided that it would be 2 decisions contained in this document. One concerning the itself, old city of Jerusalem and its wall, and the other, Mugrabi Ascent. I would ask that we make decision, because without any discussion, it was work of working group. It is consensus, I would say, decision. So regarding the draft decision on the old city of Jerusalem and its walls, the parties have agreed to the following text, which is being distributed in this room. Please note that this text is the result of the intense negotiations. I also wish to put on record that one party concerned, Israel, disagrees to it, and that some state parties dissociated themselves with it, because we put the first text is the text which we agreed last year. So, if no objections, adopted. So now we pass to the draft decision on Mugrabi Ascent. The parties concerned have reached an agreement on the draft decision, which is distributed to you. I consider this text adopted without debate. Thank you very much. So, dear colleagues, it's not all what I wanted to tell you. The cultural minister of Mali just informed me that 3 more mausoleums in Timbuktu have been destroyed. And we are very sorry and sad to hear this news. And it seems to me that in future, maybe in our debates on the future convention, we have maybe with United Nations and peace forces discuss this issue, what UNESCO has to do in such cases, only to put the resolution, who hear this resolution when we speak about the, these extreme groups. So I know that that group of our experts, countries, now prepare the resolution. But it seems to me that we have to pose this question to our Director General and maybe to start negotiation, because these cases are more and more are in different countries. And I would give the floor to you, dear colleague. Please, the floor is yours.
Oui, c'est regrettable, mais le pillage continue. Et comme on l'a signalé, ils vont détruire les 16 qui sont classés. Et les autres aussi vont suivre certainement, parce qu'ils sont également à Gao. Moi, je demanderai à la communauté internationale de mettre un fonds d'urgence pour intervenir rapidement. Parce que je crois que c'est un défi qui nous est lancé. Ils savent que nous sommes en réunion. Ils savent que nous discutons du sujet. Ils veulent nous pousser jusqu'au bout. Mais que pouvons-nous faire? À mon avis, c'est un fonds d'urgence, comme ça s'est passé un peu partout dans le monde, là où il y a eu des situations graves. Et également, il faudra qu'on songe à la reconstitution, à la reconstruction un jour. Et dès maintenant, rassembler les documents d'archives, les sauver pour pouvoir reprendre peut-être à l'identique. Ce ne serait jamais le cas, mais on n'a pas d'autre choix. La situation est grave, elle est urgente, elle nous interpelle, elle dépasse le Mali, elle dépasse nos entendements. Nous ne savons plus que faire. Vos avis, vos suggestions seront les meilleurs. Moi, je suis ici, nous serons là jusqu'au 6, s'il plaît à Dieu. Et j'espère que nous sortirons de là avec du concret. Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente. Désolée.
Thank you very much. Senegal, floor is yours.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. C'est pour appuyer ce que vient de dire Madame la Ministre, que l'UNESCO doit faire une action phare, une action vraiment exemplaire pour pouvoir aider ce pays à préserver son patrimoine de vandales. Et je pense qu'elle a proposé l'établissement d'un fonds d'urgence. Et je crois que tout à l'heure, nous allons proposer une résolution et je pense qu'il faudrait, dans cette résolution, mentionner le fait qu'il nous faut un fonds d'urgence parce que, manifestement, malgré toute sa dignité, le Mali n'a pas les moyens de faire face à cela. Donc il faudrait que l'UNESCO, dans le cadre de ses compétences, puisse aider ce pays. Et je pense qu'on pourrait aider à trouver un fonds d'urgence, comme l'a demandé Madame le ministre. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Algeria, floor is yours.
Merci Madame la Présidente. L'Algérie est peinée, l'Algérie est préoccupée par la situation au Mali. Mon pays, qui est voisin du Mali, c'est un pays frère, qui s'est solidarisé pendant l'histoire de mon pays, apporte tout son soutien et sa solidarité au peuple frère malien. Je viens de recevoir une lettre de Madame la ministre de la Culture et de l'Artisanat du Mali, que je remercie. Je voudrais lui dire qu'elle peut compter sur l'entière solidarité de mon gouvernement, qui est entièrement engagé à soutenir le gouvernement malien pour trouver une solution. L'Algérie est concernée sur le plan régional et politique par ce qui se passe dans cette région. Au sein de l'UNESCO, l'Algérie, qui fait partie de la famille des États membres, apportera toute sa contribution pour trouver une solution à ce qui vient de se passer. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. Ethiopia, floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I share all the sadness which had been expressed by member states, and it's really sad news. I think time is against us, and we have to think what we can do. And one thing I know, my country is getting prepared in Addis Ababa for the annual African Union Leaders Summit this month only, probably in a week. So I propose if we can demand so that that summit considers the issue and rules upon what it can do, because African Union is intervening in so many problems in Africa, so we have to demand the leaders so that this becomes an issue in the summit and they come up with some resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. South Africa, floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. South African delegation is concerned about the situation in Timbuktu. Since 2002, Madam Chair, South African government has been working with the Mali government on this site. Madam Chair, we do have a proposed resolution by this committee that we would like to table here, because since the discussion of the site, there has been developments that were implicating this committee. Therefore, Madam Chair, we have submitted this to the Secretariat for translation into French. We are not sure, Madam Chair, how do you want to handle this proposed resolution? I do have with me English version of it. Perhaps we would like to hear from the Secretariat if they have a copy that can be perhaps discussed, if you allow us, Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We can take in the morning tomorrow this issue. Serbia, floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. La délégation de la Serbie est très préoccupée par la situation dans le pays amical, Mali. Nous regrettons beaucoup les pertes et la destruction des sites. Nous serons prêts, et Serbie, au niveau bilatéral, fera tout possible pour aider autant que possible, mais nous soutenons pleinement la proposition de Madame la ministre de la Culture du Mali de créer d'une façon urgente un fonds qui pourrait aider, mais que ça soit à temps. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. France, floor is yours.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Je crois que nous sommes tous conscients que nous sommes face à une situation gravissime pour deux raisons. La première, c'est que Tombouctou, ça a été l'un des derniers sanctuaires inviolés de l'Afrique. Et que ce sanctuaire soit aujourd'hui en l'état où il est, c'est-à-dire en voie de destruction, est quelque chose d'inacceptable. D'autre part, nous avons une responsabilité, puisqu'il apparaît que ces destructions sont en fait exercées à titre de représailles contre le fait que nous ayons mis Tombouctou sur la liste des biens en péril. Notre comité doit se quitter le 6 juillet. Ce que je propose, c'est que nous ne nous quittions pas sans lancer au monde entier d'un endroit peut-être le plus symbolique de Saint-Pétersbourg, pourquoi pas à l'Ermitage, un appel à toutes les nations pour attirer l'attention avec force sur ce qui est en train de se passer. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. Switzerland.
Merci Madame la Présidente. À cette heure tardive et dramatique, je dirais, de la journée, j'aimerais me faire l'écho de tout ce qui a été dit jusqu'ici. Je crois qu'effectivement, il est urgent, il est important que nous qui avons été, nous, quand je dis nous, le comité en particulier, qui avons été attaqués, si je puis m'exprimer ainsi, par ces actes répréhensibles, prennent le plus rapidement possible des recommandations, des résolutions pour faire cesser ce genre d'actes. Un appel à la communauté internationale, comme l'a proposé l'ambassadeur de France, me paraît essentiel. La création d'un fonds d'urgence, comme l'a proposé l'honorable ministre de la Culture du Mali, me semble important aussi, car il y a des documents, on l'a entendu. Il faut essayer de sauver un maximum de choses. Peut-être que les pays voisins, d'ailleurs, pourraient aider, l'Algérie par exemple, et il faudra trouver les fonds, ça c'est certain. Mais je pense que nous sommes assez, je dirais, frères en cette dure journée pour pouvoir travailler et pour nous engager ici ce soir, selon les termes de l'ambassadeur de France, à ne pas quitter Saint-Pétersbourg sans avoir lancé un tel appel. Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Je pense aussi qu'il est important de travailler et de rendre attentive Madame la directrice générale de l'UNESCO de la situation et de voir de manière plus générale quelles sont les mesures que l'UNESCO peut prendre selon la proposition que vous avez faite au début de cette discussion. Merci, Madame.
Thank you very much. Qatar, floor is yours.
شكرا سيدة الرئيسة. أبدأ القول بما تحدث فيه صديقي سفير السنغال هذا الصباح حول أن الإسلام بعيد كل البعد عن هذه الممارسات، والمسلمين في هذه القاعة يعلمون، الذين يمارسون هذه العقيدة يوميا يعلمون ذلك. فأول كلمة في التحية في الإسلام هي السلام، والسلام تعني peace. كلنا هذا الأمر يعني نعتبره كارثة إنسانية للتاريخ البشري، خاصة وأن المعتدى عليه أيضا هي أضرحة إسلامية. أستطيع أن أتحدث أيضا باسم المجموعة العربية إن خولوا لي ذلك، أننا لن نقف مكتوفين باسم المجموعة الأخوان العرب في هذه اللجنة، كما أنه وردتني الآن رسالة شفهية بأن منظمة الأليكسو منظمة التربية العربية المنظمة العربية للتربية والثقافة والعلوم ستكون مستعدة لدعم أي جهد للحكومة المالية الصديقة والشقيقة لمواجهة هذه الانتهاكات الخطيرة على تراثها وعلى التراث الإنساني. ونتمنى ونؤيد أيضا المقترح الفرنسي بإعلان قوي في هذا الجانب. وشكرا.
Mexico, floor is yours.
Gracias, señora presidenta. En primer lugar, en mi delegación quisiera expresar las más sentidas condolencias y solidaridad a la hermana delegación de Mali y también a todos los pueblos africanos que pueden estar en una situación de peligro igual que la que está viviendo en este momento Mali. Por el otro lado, quisiera recordar que el artículo 6 de la Convención implica que el carácter del patrimonio universal es que debe de ser protegido como un deber, como una obligación de todas las partes por toda la comunidad internacional. Es decir, que no es un asunto de un Estado, sino que concierne a todos los estados que nos hemos sumado voluntariamente a esta convención, que es una de las más universales del planeta, los instrumentos internacionales que han sido firmados por más países. Por lo tanto, el llamado al que se refería el embajador de Francia para llamar la atención de toda la comunidad internacional, no nada más es correcto, sino aparte es obligatorio para las partes de la convención, porque precisamente es algo a lo que ya nos comprometimos y que está plasmado dentro del texto. Finalmente, esto también tiene que conllevar una voluntad de cooperación, o sea, la manera en la que entendemos estas obligaciones de cooperación internacional de la Convención es que estas no son opcionales, sino obligatorias para todas las partes. Por lo tanto, estamos de acuerdo en hacer lo que se pueda de manera declarativa inicialmente en este comité y llamar la atención de la comunidad internacional por los medios que sean necesarios para poder apoyar en lo que se pueda hacer con sentido de urgencia, dados nuestros limitados medios en este momento, y después, posteriormente, con un carácter más sustentable. Gracias.
Thank you very much. Colombia, floor is yours.
Gracias, señora presidenta. Igualmente, Colombia se une al dolor del pueblo de Mali por la destrucción de su patrimonio. Rechazamos enfáticamente este tipo de agresiones y nos sumamos a las voces de la profunda indignación que todos sentimos. Nos unimos a la propuesta de Francia de hacer una pronunciación internacional y apoyamos la resolución que será presentada por Suiza. Gracias.
Thank you very much. Estonia, floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I would like to express on behalf of the Estonian delegation also our condolences to the Minister of Culture of Mali because of this very unfortunate situation which has been developing in Timbuktu in last days. We welcome the idea of having an emergency fund and do really something practical about the situation, and also I think that the idea of the French delegation, which was supported by many others, to have a declaration upon the situation is a very good one, and we welcome that as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Dear colleagues, thank you very much. Once more, our condolences, I would say. And it seems to me that we have possibility to organize very quickly some reaction with the press, because here in St. Petersburg and Moscow we have all representatives of all press. We have Russian channels, you have France Press, you have Al Jazeera, we have BBC, all possibilities are here. So I try today to connect with some of them, with our authority, how it's possible to do. And we can you know, prepare the good statement. And of course, I'll give you. We have to make, ask to DG to make the appeal too from. And I would like to give the floor to Francesco Bandarin, who knows this site very well.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. Yes, these are indeed tragic times. And for those of us that have memory, remind us of the destruction of Bamiyan many years ago when, in fact, my predecessor, Munir Bushnaki, was in charge of trying to save this well, heritage of humanity, and unfortunately we didn't make it. In spite of the great mobilization of energies, international organizations, religious authorities, and even we sent at that time on the spot a representative of the Director General to discuss the issue with the Taliban. It seems to be very similar, unfortunately. It seems that human madness is something that cannot be tamed. The site of Timbuktu has always been for us an icon. It's obviously one of the most singular and significant sites of Africa, and I would say of the world. We have there developed along the years many projects to preserve the important mosques of Timbuktu, and of course the monuments and the tombs that are now being destroyed. We also, as you remember, have contributed to the safeguarding of another very important heritage of Timbuktu, which is also threatened to destruction, which is this enormous and unique and irreplaceable collection of historical manuscripts. All this is really threatened today. We were worried from the beginning when this started in Mali, and we tried to keep a watch there. We have many ways to have information, receive information. Unfortunately, most of the information we received were very negative. You know, most of the population has left the city. The city is under control of two separate armed groups that sometimes are together, sometimes are not, but essentially are in opposition to government, and obviously also they don't recognize the value of the heritage that we so much cherish. We tried to use our tools. We used, of course, the 1972 Convention, which is the convention that protects heritage of humanity. We also mobilized the Convention for the fight against illicit traffic. As you know, all the surrounding countries have been warned according to the 1970 Convention, Interpol, and so on. We try to use all the tools that the international community has in its possession, but these are Pacific tools. We cannot intervene directly in a conflict zone like this. Even the government of Mali is not able to have a direct representation, contact with this situation. So we are in a difficult situation. It's not easy to predict what could happen, and in fact, the worst happened. I have had today a talk with the Minister of Mali, and of course, we express all the solidarity of UNESCO, the international community, the family of heritage, to the government of Mali, and we are trying to do as much as we can. As you know, the DG has been very, very active and mobilized on this issue, not only in terms of sending appeals and messages. We sent a mission there. Kishore Rao was there with our ADG for Africa, Madame Lala Bembarka, just a few weeks ago, Lazar Lamdou. We had a full mission there to try to understand what could be done and to reinforce the appeals. So we of course welcome the appeal, because a very high solemn appeal from here will certainly be heard. But let's also be realistic that appeals, unfortunately, cannot change a situation that is so degraded on the ground. So we have to look at other ways and other possibilities. We have to work with other international organizations that perhaps have more capacities to be present, to go to the place and arrive there, have talked to them. We maybe have to do what we tried to do in the past with other case of Bamiyan, to mobilize high-ranking religious authorities in the Islamic world, to send messages that maybe can be heard. And of course we have, and I'd like to assure you, Madam Minister, that UNESCO will be, as always being, will always be on your side in the operations that unfortunately we already have to predict. Some activity for the conservation, reconstruction, and in the site when it will be possible. We welcome your appeal to create a fund. I will, of course, pass this message directly to our Director General. This is something that we do for all the countries that are in conflict or post-conflict, and UNESCO has a very long tradition, decades of intervention in this area. Of course, we don't like to do these kind of things, but we are forced to, when we are forced to do it, we will, of course, comply with our mission. So let's follow very carefully, and would like also to ask you to pass to us as soon as we have information or see what the situation is, what can be done. We are mobilized. We together, all together, are mobilized for the preservation of this world heritage, of this heritage of humanity. Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you very much. France, floor is yours.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Bon, j'ai bien entendu tout ce qui vient d'être dit. Naturellement, nous n'avons pas de casque bleu, nous n'avons pas de force d'intervention. Je crois que le Mali a contacté l'ONU directement. Bon, ça c'est une chose. Mais bon, si nous croyons à notre vocation, si nous sommes là, réunis pour protéger des sites, je crois vraiment que le minimum, c'est de lancer un appel solennel. Nous avons la chance d'être à Saint-Pétersbourg, qui est un site classé. L'Ermitage est le bien peut-être le plus prestigieux de ce site classé. Les sites peuvent se parler entre eux. Un site magnifique comme l'Ermitage, de ce site magnifique, nous pouvons nous adresser au monde entier, comme l'a dit la Présidente, mobiliser toute la presse. Et je crois que la symbolique du lieu, de notre réunion, du site, aura une force quand même certaine.
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, I can't give the floor because the work of our translators is finished. No, Senegal, the last speaker.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je voudrais approuver ce que la France vient de dire et ajouter, donc, lors de la déclaration que nous pourrions faire à cette place, et compte tenu également du fait que l'UNESCO n'a aucun moyen, ce n'est pas la vocation de l'UNESCO, les moyens militaires, mais on pourrait profiter de cette instance pour lancer un appel à la CEDEAO, qui est l'organisation régionale de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, lancer un appel à l'Union africaine, qui est l'organisation de tous les États africains, lancer un appel également aux Nations unies, auxquels ont adhéré l'ensemble des pays africains et l'ensemble de nos pays ici présents, de mobiliser tous les moyens, sans exception, pour que ces actes cessent et que donc le nord du Mali soit libéré. Parce que tant que le nord du Mali n'est pas libéré, ces actes-là vont recommencer. Et je crois que bon, on va dépenser des milliards et le lendemain, pour éradiquer quelque chose, et les actes de vandalisme vont recommencer le lendemain. Et donc je voudrais donc soumettre cette petite réflexion à votre sagesse.
Thank you very much. And before we leave the room, now we will maybe have some small consultation how we will proceed on this. But I will give the floor for some announcement for Mechtel, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The UK National Commission would like to invite you to the library with a presentation on a conference on remote access to World Heritage Sites. So this takes place now in the library. Then the delegation of Bahrain wishes to announce concerning the site event tomorrow, that which will take place tomorrow, and for which some of you have received the invitations, that each invitation is for 2 people, but you have to take the invitations with you to be presented at the entrance of the Hermitage. And then tomorrow morning at 8:30, the operational guidelines group will meet in the library here, to be followed by the bureau session, and the budget group meets at 1:30 tomorrow. Thank you very much.
And I will add, tomorrow morning we will start from linear pillars and then we move to boundary changes. And as soon as the declaration, or how we will call it, will be ready concerning the Mali, we will discuss it. Thank you very much. So, and all the best.